It worked. I'm going to tell you right now, it worked. Okay, we're going to go live on YouTube here.
It did work.
It totally did.
Oh, it didn't.
I know.
And it didn't.
No.
Hey, everyone. We are kicking off a great and probably the biggest SOR Roundtable panel that we've ever had tonight. And why not? You know what? I'm heading into a weekend where I actually got 3 days off. So I wanted to bring in a bunch of friends, hang on out, and, kind of be one with the paranormal tonight. And we're all going to have a lot of fun. We're going to be talking probably a lot of focus on UFOs tonight because that was the main news of the month. But we'll try and already, William's already groaning. I'm going to give you the entire panel tonight. Okay. And so I'm not going to be repeating the names too much because we got a lot of people. All right. We got Bryan Bowden, who has about, I think the last count was about, 4,886 podcasts that he runs. We got little Richie G from Goof on Radio, our UFO historian, William Pullin, Lynn Wallington, because we needed somebody to improve the looks around here. And we have Michael Huntington, who always looks good with some chin hair. And we love Michael around here. And he's one of the, probably the fairest writers of ufology and paranormal out there. And I'm a big fan of his. We have, who am I missing? We got Eric Cooper and his team of Cole and Kayla from S4. They're joining us as well. And I think I mentioned Richie G. Did I mention Richie G? Did I miss anybody?
No, you're good.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's here.
There we go.
Everybody's here. We're all here.
And if you hear any whirring in the background, that's because our resident witch, Lynn, she is casting a spell, and she is cooking up some Eye of Newt right now. Eye of Newt, everybody.
Stop.
I am Groot.
Yeah.
Shit.
So we're all good. We're all good, and we're gonna have a fun time. Let's give a shout out to everybody who is in our chat room so far, and there are a bunch of you. Starting off with the lovely and talented Renee. I know you're in there. Bee's Nest, Space Without Distance. Good to see you here. Ghost 66. Boo to you. And we have Steam Train Mark, who has already let me know from Australia because he lives in the future that I am alive tomorrow. And so is our panel, which is absolutely fantastic. We made it another day, people. We made it another day. Video game player, hello. How are you? We're scrolling down. The Ronald Penton is here, everyone. The Ronald Penton. Tommy L., who has a master in phone calls to Richie G. He is here. We got Waylon, Super Waylon from Bama. He's always awesome. The gorgeous Tammy is here. Carl 2.0, because we have human Carl and we have the alien Carl. Now we have Carl 2.0, because we can't get them all confused here. All right. Who else do we got? Scrolling down. What the heck is here? What the heck, everybody? That's all we're going to say. What the heck? Worsley's back. Good to have you here, brother. Always a pleasure. Martin R. Vintage Skills. Always a pleasure. Thank you. Anthony, thank you for kicking off the super chat tonight. Really appreciate you. Appreciate you coming on in. Brett Lewis is here. We can start the show when Brett Lewis arrives. Martin R. is here. We have Midnight Toker. Have a hoot for us if you don't mind. Chocobo, good to see you here. Noble Patrick, always a pleasure. Justin Good Earth. It is a good Earth. You're right. Annie, always looking stunning. Look at you. Look at you, Annie. The Phenom is here. Redheaded Lisa, thank you for coming on in. Fapster and Grandma Rose, always a pleasure. We love you. And I know Manitoba Becky's in here because I saw her name. David Hurley's here, everyone. We can start the show. PBR, we can get things going. Hey, Zach, always a pleasure. And Stu Gerson's here, Rich. The Stu Gerson.
Stu Gerson!
Yes.
Is here!
Yes.
So good to see you, mate.
Exactly. DM, welcome to Spaced Out Radio from Red Deer, Alberta. Always a pleasure. Fellow Canuck there. Are you pulling for Calgary or Edmonton? We got to know that. All right. Frapsap. Third phase. The Cousins brothers are here, everyone. Let's give them a little clap right there. The Cousins brothers. Spookles the cat. Spookles the cat. Troy SR71 because he doesn't want to be the X15. Helena, always a pleasure. You look beautiful tonight. John Sports Cards. I got some hockey cards for you. Eric Cooper's here, everyone. Eric Cooper, Clear Floss, Goof On. Who's the other? Oh, Third Phase. $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you. Let's see here. I think we're caught up.
You got your paycheck. Oh.
I think we're caught up here. We got about 30 seconds, and we're going to be going. The Becky Belling. She is looking stunning tonight, everyone. Yes, the Becky Belling. Kathari, good to have you here. Cole, with that ugly logo that you were using there on your YouTube.
Beautiful.
Bill WD40, always a pleasure. 404 error. Good to have you here. We're going to kick things off. Super chat is open. Give us a thumbs up if you don't mind, or a thumbs down, whatever you choose. Just give us a thumb, for God's sakes. And, of course, do a little shopping at the SOR Vault on our website. GF. Your Leafs there, buddy? 67. 1967. Remember that. Canadian guy. Have a hoot on us. All right, everyone. We're going to have one hell of a show here. We're going to kick things off right now. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. If you want to take a listen to our archives, we have them free for you at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show and on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. You know what? At the end of each month, we come in, we hang out, we take a look at the month that was. It gives us a night to breathe, relax, and just kind of discuss and debate everything that went on in the weird and strange. And that's why we call it the SOR Paranormal Roundtable. Everything paranormal, supernatural, ufological, monstrous, and even, you know, we'll get into some consciousness and stuff. The guests have no clue what the topics are, so they will have to be quick on their feet to answer some of the questions I'm going to throw at them. Our guest tonight, Bryan Bowden, podcast extraordinary. He's got about 7,000 of them out there. Yeah, and he still makes $0 off of all of them. I don't know how he does it, but he breaks even every time. Richie G from Goof On Radio, our UFO historian, William Pullin, our resident witch, Lynn Wallington, Michael Huntington, one of the best and probably most level-headed researchers, writers, authors in the paranormal, supernatural, UFO world. We're glad to have him here. And, of course, Eric Cooper from S4 Radio. He's brought along his team of Kayla and Cole as well. Be careful, because Cole is a Saskatchewan Rough Riders fan. And, you know, I mean, this is a guy who puts watermelons on his head in minus 30-degree Celsius weather. So you can never trust a guy like that. Never, ever trust a guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, we're going to kick things off here because we're going to go right the full distance tonight. And I appreciate each and every one of you coming on in. And we are going to hit the hot button topic of UFOs right off the bat. A week and a half ago, there was a New York Times article in regards to UFOs, giving us an update of what is going on. And there was a misquote of sorts, or was it, by Senator Harry Reid, the former senator of Nevada, basically, to paraphrase, stated that there could be crash retrieval objects here on Earth that may be intact, maybe not, but we know about it. Michael Huntington, I want to start with you on this one because I know you've been following this story closely. What was your thoughts on that original article that just came out 10 days ago?
It was a New York Times article written by Leslie Kane and Blumenthal. What's his first name?
Ralph
Blumenthal. That's right. And they have written, a few articles about UFOs before, most notably the one in 2017 that launched the whole ATIP story and the Nimitz story into the media and the popular culture. And this was one of the much anticipated follow-ups. Probably a little bit too anticipated because people had been talking about it within UFO circles for months. I think I heard about a new article coming, I think it was back in February. So the buzz was sort of there, and people were wondering if it was going to be another bombshell type story like 2017. Well, what we got was allusions to a UFO crash retrieval program. The information within the article was based upon secret sources. Yes, there were some quotes or paraphrased quotes by Harry Reid and others, the typical players within the To the Stars ATIP circle there. And it sort of it made a bit of a punch because anything in the Times is going to be regurgitated throughout the media, but they had to walk it back a little bit. As far as the sources, whether they were quoted correctly, what their information was, how accurate it was. Reid actually walked it back quite a bit and, made a statement saying that he did not say that he believed that extraterrestrials were visiting the planet. So since then, there was a profile article sort of trying to manage some of the damage there, but a little bit of blame being put on the UFO community for talking too much, for increasing expectations, for possibly causing their story to not be as powerful as they thought it would be. So it's not really something that maybe people in the mainstream or people outside of the UFO community really saw too much. In their news feed. They certainly saw it. They saw sort of allusions to there possibly being some sort of crash material somewhere, possibly extraterrestrial in origin. And of course, as I said, as the stories were regurgitated, that's what gets out there.
Right.
And what happens next, we shall see. I don't think it made as big as a punch as people thought. Yeah. Mostly because even people within the community are kind of wondering what's going on. We know who the people are. We know who the sources are. Eric Davis and help put off folks like that.
Right.
But whether or not these journalists maybe gave them too much credibility without enough vetting, those are issues that are still being debated.
All right. And I think you brought up some huge points there. I want to get into the next topic a little bit later on about the retraction from Harry Reid and the follow-up article where it almost felt, at least in my eyes, that Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean were scolding the UFO community in the New York Times. And we will get into that. William Pullin, I want to bring you in here. You've been following this very closely on your end, being a UFO historian. The article aside, what did you think of the lead up to it, and what did you think of the way the UFO community reacted?
Well, I mean, the UFO community has a penchant for overreacting or reading too much into an article or a press release or what have you. And this release was discussed before its release. There were rumors that it was coming out, like Michael said, a few months prior to this. And when it came out, usually people in the community take a position. They're either pro or con, and they're very extremist. They either wholeheartedly embrace something or they don't believe it at all. And that kind of hype, whether positive or negative, kind of influences the thought process of everybody in the community. The UFO community tends to throw caution to the wind and embrace things without thinking, okay, let's just sit back, let time pass, see what transpires, see what develops or doesn't develop, and go from there. Instead, they embrace it wholeheartedly. So this backtracking that's going on now, this damage repair, has kind of left the community kind of in limbo. You know, yes, a major news outlet is discussing the UFO topic, which didn't happen decades ago. So that's a positive change. But because things are being retracted and walked back, the quality of the information contained within the article, within the original one, has to be questioned a little bit because they're having to backtrack things now. They're having to recant things that were stated or allegedly stated. So again, I'm with Michael. I'm kind of going to sit back and see what transpires as time goes on. You know, the original story, well, not the original story, but the story that broke in 2017 that was released. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. It was such a big announcement. I kept waiting for some other announcement to come down the road, and usually that transpires, a few weeks later, a few months later, so that you don't lose momentum. And nothing really happened until this article came out. So that's a long period of time. So they might have misplayed their hand, but whoever they are. But I'm just cautiously waiting to see what transpires and see what happens in the weeks to come.
Bryan Bowden, you have been following this as well from the East Coast. What has been the reaction to this article and the people you have talked to?
Well, there's a lot of people that are really excited. They've always wanted to have some kind of disclosure, to have their hands held and walk through this. There are other people in the area that are where we're taking a wait and see approach because I got the vibe once Harry Reid started, recanting everything. I was going to see a picture of him holding a weather balloon on the front cover of the Times. So this is very much like Roswell. I feel bad for the Marcel family at this point because it's like, deja vu. So, you got people that want some more information, drop some more, bombs on us. But I think people at the Times got a little too aggressive really quickly. And I think there's a lot more to be revealed from whatever sources they're going to be using or utilizing in quotes. But it's a wait and see. I don't personally need disclosure. As a researcher, some people in the community definitely need it for some reason, almost like a "I told you so" type of. They want that reaction, but it's interesting. I'm not totally focused on it though.
All right, Richie G, let's bring you in here because I know you have talked about this on Goof On Radio a lot this past 10 days, and I'm curious, how has the reaction been with your audience?
A little confused, but now upset. Well, it's all emotions because at first we thought we were going to see, maybe the beginning of disclosure. And then a lot of us were sitting back saying, well, come on, this has happened before. They're going to retract something. And sure enough, the next day they did. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. Well, I could, but I didn't think it was going to be that soon. It's just a lot of different reactions from different people. People still think because that was said in the article that is the beginning of disclosure. That's them accidentally letting us hear the truth. So we have that end that we look at, and also the other end where they really didn't mean to say it. It's an accident. We don't have anything, but it's every emotion's on the table right now. We don't know what to expect.
And that is a tough one. What do we expect? Eric Cooper, bring you in here and your team.
So we discussed, and you threw me off because I didn't realize that a brand new series of articles came out yesterday. The whole Pentagon thing we actually talked about last weekend, and I shake my head because the way we see it, disclosure happened in 52 with the White House flyover. A lot of people expected disclosure in 2017. Now, the attitude I'm seeing is, who cares? Most people are so focused on COVID, they're focused on the riots, they're focused on everything else, and now they're going to bring out disclosure? Really? Because they expect people to go, okay, cool, whatever. And a lot of them are.
Plus, half of them can't believe what the government says when it comes to anything. So why would they believe them now about this?
Right.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the attitude we're seeing on this end.
Interesting.
What's going to happen? What's going to happen is anybody's guess. Are they going to actually bring out more stuff that's going to be, the smoking gun? Who knows?
Well, that's a good point. Lynn Hartram, or Wallington. I'm sorry, you changed your last name. Yeah, just screwing me right up here. Lynn, with the air conditioning.
Yeah.
How is that air conditioned room right now, by the way?
It's hot because it's not on.
Try my studio right now. You know, you're a former member of MUFON a few years ago, and a former member of the Free Experiencers that Dr. Edgar Mitchell put up. When you look at everything, I mean, you were hands-on there for a while and trying to learn everything that's going on. You know, does this surprise you?
No, not at all. I think anytime we seem to get any sort of information from the government, and I have information in quotes there, it's always convoluted and seems like they give a little and take a little. So it's really not surprising at all. It's kind of par for the course, really.
Why is that par for the course, and why is that acceptable in your eyes?
Well, I never said it was acceptable.
Maybe not
It just
acceptable
seems
for
to be
you. But,
right.
You know, they force this acceptance on us is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Well, we can't really force them to say it at this point in time. And I agree that, the timing of it is interesting during COVID. It's definitely a time period where people could be like, well, is this really something we need to be concentrating on right now? We have so many other things that we're focusing on. So it's certainly interesting that they put it out at this time. I honestly don't quite know what to make of it. And I tend to take the same stance of just kind of sitting back and watching what happens to see what's coming next.
And that's the hard part for a lot of us, because we want more. They give us an inch and we want a mile. I mean, and that's the reality of it. Michael, I bring you back in here for a minute here, because one of the things, and you have done a lot of writing over the years, and one of the things that I noticed in the UFO community, especially with me having a radio and journalism background, was how many people were ripping into Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean for the misquote of Harry Reid. Now, for people who have never worked in a newsroom, I will say this, and that's the majority of our listeners out there, and even majority of people in ufology. Okay, when the story leaves the writer's hands, they have no control over it. It is all on the editors. And the other point that I wanted to make on there is, when you're doing an interview of that magnitude with Ralph, whether it's Ralph Blumenthal or Leslie Kean, and you have Senator Harry Reid talking about this, you are recording the interview. You're not just sitting there on a phone call and, okay, well, trying to type out what Harry says, and you maybe misquote on your keyboard, and you don't want to go back because he's giving you healthy information and you're trying to write it all down. That's not the way it works. You're recording that. So when you saw Harry Reid come out, Michael, and kind of take a very firm and stern stance on the misquote, saying that he was misquoted, what was your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's being parsed now as, him not being necessarily misquoted, but, misphrased. That's sort of a semantical sort of thing. Now, as to the journalist issue, I'm not going to question the journalistic skills of people that write for the New York Times. I respect anybody that gets to that level. But as far as criticisms, I think that they are open to criticisms, not necessarily for their, how they do things journalistically, but I think Leslie and Ralph, anybody within the UFO community knows that they've been fixtures within the community for decades. They've been activists for decades. They've been on radio shows, television shows, documentaries. They are not as necessarily unbiased as you would anticipate from a journalist working for the New York Times. So there is that, and they are plugged into the community. They are friends with people like Harry Reid. They are personal friends, with people like Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff. A lot of these people have worked together. Leslie Kean's on the board of UFO Data with Christopher Mellon, so, people can raise these issues as far as whether or not there's conflicts, whether or not there's biases. I think that those are questions that, are worthwhile and valid. Now, what are they up to? What are they doing? Are they part of some, disclosure program? I don't know. I do think that there is certainly coordination between a lot of these groups, TSA, ATIP, a lot of the media type people, these people talk to each other and they communicate, so a lot of this stuff is sort of timed to coincide with other things. So I think that's why the story came out. And I think that they probably did paraphrase a little bit. I think that they do, have quotes, but I don't think it was necessarily a formal sort of thing, I think probably through conversations, a lot of their quotes came through that.
Well, I mean, and that's the big debate. They would have to produce the tape, which I think they have. But I also think that the loathing of the UFO community that people in that ilk have, because the TTSA doesn't want to be a part of the UFO community. We know that. We also know that Leslie Kean is not a fan of the UFO community. Ralph Blumenthal is not a fan of the UFO community. We know that they are trying to stay right away from us. And I think that's all part of a narrative that I've called since day one of the TTSA coming out. When you have a pressless press conference, it's very hard to get people out. Eric Cooper, I want to get your thoughts on this because, I know that you've been following this since the beginning along with me, and we've talked many times off the air about this. So when you look at that alleged misquote by Senator Harry Reid, do you think that was a misstep on the reporters, or do you think the UFO community has every right to be upset with the fact that the senator was allegedly misquoted?
I would go with the media. The media misquotes everything, right from right from politics and down to the UFO community. So I would point it mostly at the media. Harry Reid came out in 2017, and they never misquoted him back then, did they?
No, I mean, but that's the issue.
So, here's the thing. I think certain factions within media, within government, still don't want disclosure to happen. We know a lot of the mainstream media is controlled by different aspects of the government, different aspects of corporations. They don't want disclosure. Disclosure is going to happen whether they like it or not. So, yeah, I would say it was a misquote by the media.
All right. Moving on here. Lynn, I want to bring you in here on this topic because, I mean, in the circles you're running with and the people you have talked to over the last 10 days, I realize you're not really in the UFO field anymore, but you still have a lot of friends who are. Do you believe that there was something solved there, that there was information that maybe shouldn't have been given?
I'm not sure. It's hard to say, really. I think that kind of how I've always perceived information coming out from the government, it's kind of drip fed. And the people that I've talked with, because I've mostly talked with experiencers, not so much kind of UFO researchers, is they're just looking for that validation. And so I think that that's why they so desperately want to have disclosure. And that's why it's so important. But at the same time, I think we also we can't really read more into what's there. So for me personally, I don't really know how they're feeling about it. I think there's just a mixed bag.
All right, we're going to continue on with the Paranormal Roundtable here on Spaced Out Radio. We got a big crew: Bryan Bowden, Rich Giordano, William Pullin, Lynn Wallington, Michael Huntington, Eric Cooper, Cole, and Kayla, all from S4 as well. And we're going to continue with this question because there's a lot of UFO talk this past month, and we're going to dig in deep as we continue the roundtable right after this. Solid start, everybody. Solid start.
Cool.
Yeah, but I didn't know about the last two damn articles.
Well, you got.
Well, it was actually a formal article, and then it was a follow-up article, which wasn't really an article; it was more of a journalistic profile as to how they go about writing. And in that, they sort of corrected some of the things. They did have to do a couple of retractions. Like I said, Harry Reid thing, and saying
Right.
that there was going to be a report issued to the Congress, every 6 months. That was factually inaccurate.
See, I'm trying to track that, but I'm also trying to track a potential threat to witches. Being a witch, my damn self. Now we have this crazy nut job Nigerian doctor / reverend that says demons and witches are. I mean, talk about the threat of getting witch hunters out after us now. So I'm tracking multiple aspects here.
Something that's interesting about the entire article is the fact that I always think outside the box, and I have people in the military, friends and family. This very well could be purposely done to spook some of our enemies throughout the world. China's really cooking with technology and some of their crafts. Russia has, supersonic, subsonic, weaponry. And if we drop this crap on them and we saying, hey, we may have recovery crafts, not of this world, they may not know what we have. So it could be, a big bluff on our part using this in many ways. Air conditioning. Awesome.
I can feel it over here.
Oh, yeah.
It's not on. It's not on. It's funny that you're saying that about a bluff, because I was wondering that. I was just kind of rereading this article at the very beginning when we were talking about it. And I noticed, I tend to pick up on specific words, and I noticed they kept mentioning that it wasn't, I'm trying to think of the specific wording, but it wasn't American machinery, or however they put it.
Yep. It wasn't of this world, or I think it was one of the phrases.
Yeah, they said that possible, but I was focused more on how they were saying that it could potentially be from another country and that it wasn't specifically American made. And so I was curious as to, like, you were saying that maybe it's a bluff, and I was also thinking from the aspect of, maybe that then a bluff to think, to have the other countries think, what is it that they know about us? What is it that they know about our
exactly
our technology?
It's an Iranian drone.
I can't believe the United Arab. I'm just stunned. I don't know if you guys are. I'm just stunned the United Arab Emirates, blasted off a rocket to Mars. I didn't even know they were working on a space program over there.
They did?
Yes.
They've got the Stargate, so of course they are.
It's for oil exploration.
Actually, I was surprised at how many space programs there actually are in the world.
Yeah, there are.
I know.
Yeah.
A lot.
I know. I mean, I guess Mars really needs some freedom. If there's oil there, it needs some freedom.
Right?
Yeah. We're going there.
I think the race in space is going to be for asteroids. They're saying that one asteroid brought back in line could be worth $100 trillion.
Yeah.
So
who's going to buy it? Who's going to buy it though? I mean, you could literally give everybody on the planet $1 million plus. All right.
Well, you're not going to sell the asteroid, but you can mine like the gold out of it and the platinum and other.
Oh no, we're going to mine the asteroid so we can get a striker. That's what.
I'm pretty sure Elon Musk will buy anything.
It's very interesting you mentioned asteroids, because I've been hearing a lot of different chatter from different sources that say that we are in direct line of some asteroids headed our way in the next year to 18 months.
Oh, of course we are. Of course we are. The movie Armageddon. Movie Armageddon is coming through. You better. This sounds like a podcast coming up. I'm not going to lie. This sounds
Asteroid.
like the Asteroid podcast with Bryan Bowden.
Hey, I'm trying to vet this stuff through a couple of people, and I'm keep on hearing it. So we'll find out.
All right, guys. We have about 45 seconds here. 45 seconds before we come back here. And this is a lot of fun tonight. A lot of fun. We got 114 viewers, 116 viewers right now on YouTube, and then all of our terrestrial stations, which is kind of cool. We're moving on up, man.
So what you doing Sunday?
I am busy this weekend. My parents are coming up tomorrow morning.
Okay, tell you what. We are having a month of roundtables, the entire month of August.
Yeah.
And then we're doing a 24-hour marathon at the end of the month.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in. What the hell? I'm in for you.
All
right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Thank you to Wayland, Third Phase, Anthony, and Grendel for the super chats. I really appreciate that. We're going to kick things off here for the second half hour right now. Second half hour of the Paranormal Roundtable is underway tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Great to have each and every one of you with us tonight. I want to remind you, if you missed portions of this show, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. On Instagram, you can follow us at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. The roundtable continues tonight. We got a huge panel. Bryan Bowden, he's got something like 7,200 podcasts out there. From Goof on Radio, Rich Giordano, UFO historian, William Pullin. From S4, we got Coop, we got Cole, we got Kayla, we got Michael Huntington, who is one of the most respected researchers and writers in the UFO paranormal world, and Lynn Wallington as well. We're continuing on. The question right before the break, Rich, was about the misquote of Senator Harry Reid in the New York Times article. I don't believe for a second that quote was misquoted, because knowing journalism and the way journalists work, that phone call would have been recorded. Even if it was in person, it would have been recorded. And I think he said something that he probably shouldn't have and wanted it retracted. What do you think, Rich?
It's exactly what I think happened. I think he said something he shouldn't have said and retracted it. But I'm confused. Wasn't he just quoting what Eric Davis said?
No,
or no?
No, he basically stated that, I'll find the quote here, and then I will read the original quote.
The only reason I'm asking, because I only read it the one time and then talked about it, and I just want to make sure I'm right, because to me, it would seem like if they retracted it, that's something they would have seen and caught and would have made sure it never went public. It's almost like it went rogue.
Well, can we blame the reporters for that, though, Rich? Is that the reporter's fault? I don't think it is, but I'm asking you.
I don't know. I guess well, how can it be? I mean, if he's verifying information, maybe he did get wrong information on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, so the quote, and I believe this was changed in the New York Times article. It says, after looking into this, I came to the conclusion that there were reports, some were substantive, some not so substantive, that there were actual materials that the government and the private sector had in their possession. Mr. Reid was quoted as saying, and then at the end of the article, they printed the correction, which says, an earlier version of this article inaccurately rendered remarks attributed to Harry Reid, the retired Senate Majority Leader from Nevada. Mr. Reid said he believed that crashes of objects of unknown origin may have occurred and that retrieved material should be studied. He did not say that crashes had occurred and that retrieved materials had been studied secretly for decades. An earlier version also misstated the frequency with which the Director of National Intelligence is supposed to report on unidentified aerial phenomena. It has 180 days after enactment of the Intelligence Authorization Act, not every 6 months. So, there is the discrepancy right there. And Rich, I just want a final statement on you on this one. A story of this magnitude, okay, has the ability to go viral, which it has. Now, do you think that Harry Reid is cautious about what he is saying because of his non-disclosure agreements, because of his top secret security? What do you think it is?
I think he knows. I think he knows some things, and it sounds like a little bit of backpedaling, but he has to protect himself. Of course, there's a disclosure agreement. There has to be. I mean, wouldn't that make sense, right? If something has to be top secret or never discussed in public, you would have to have sign a non-disclosure agreement.
Absolutely. All right, William Pullin, your thoughts?
I agree with you, Dave. I would think at that level of their time of their careers, these journalists would have recorded those phone calls, which would have made it a lot easier to transcribe things accurately. So a misquote is less likely in that scenario. And I agree with Rich that, I mean, Reed is going to have to be cautious, regardless of what he knows or not. He has to be a cautious individual. Now he's a civilian, and he's under a non-disclosure agreement. We're assuming a non-disclosure agreement scenario. So, yeah, regardless of the level of knowledge he has or any specific knowledge he has to be cautious. So, so
he can't come out and say, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you stopped. He can't come out and say, yeah, we have these off-world materials or anything. He's not going to admit it. There's no way.
Yeah, one wouldn't expect it. Yeah.
Hey, Dave,
one would expect a more cautious statement. Yeah.
All right,
Big time.
Mike, was that you?
Especially
chiming in?
Yeah. Well, I think we sort of have to take a step back and try to figure out, what material they're talking about. And certainly Harry Reid, has been read in, to, what ATIP was doing, what Bigelow Aerospace was doing, what the National Institute for Discovery Science was doing, and Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, a lot of these same players, are connected to all of these. So we have to figure out, what materials is he referring to, and I think most likely what he's referring to is whatever was warehoused allegedly at one time, by Bigelow Aerospace, whatever they were able to gain from whatever cases they were connected to. Bigelow Aerospace at one time was hooked in with MUFON and bought paid for a considerable amount of access to some of their case files, and from what I've been told, they've actually were able to go to some locations and were able to actually gather physical material. So certainly I think Reid is probably referring to that. I think he's aware of the stuff that's been out there that has been handled and has been controlled and tested by Puthoff and Davis and others connected to these groups. And now, whether or not it's crashed materials, whether or not it's materials that have been, obtained from landings, whether or not it's materials that have been sent in, we're seeing To the Stars actually starting to analyze some of these same things. Ubatuba and some of these other cases that were actually part of some of these investigations. So, I think Reid is correct in saying. That there have been materials that have been obtained, and I think he's trying to clarify that, he's not saying that, we have a crashed flying saucer, in S4 or Area 51, or a fleet of 9 of them, because that's entirely something different, and I don't think he wants to go into that area, That opens up a whole other can of worms, like if we do have an S4 with a fleet of flying saucers, parts don't mean nothing. And really, ATIP's mission doesn't mean anything. If they're looking at Nimitz videos while we have a fleet of flying saucers, I mean, that's sort of a big contradiction in, what the aims and goals are. And I think, why would Harry Reid want to put forth an ATIP-like group? Why would Bigelow want to put forward, funding of Bass and gather these materials if we already have this stuff, locked away and it's being covered up, So
very true.
It's a big mixed bag, and some of these accounts don't wash with each other. I don't think Lazar's account necessarily really washes at all with, having parts or having pieces, Bigelow is a personal friend of Harry Reid. They come from the same state. He's a billionaire donor, to his campaign over the years. So, he certainly knows what's going on. I think probably some people, probably Bigelow, told him, you need to kind of correct that a little bit, because we don't want people thinking that there's, we have crash saucers. Because
I agree.
That's a different thing.
Absolutely, Michael. The roundtable continues today. Bryan, we're going to shift the focus here. Sticking with UFOs, though, Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean, in my estimation, came out with an article a few days later after this. Basically, in my opinion, I thought they were really separating themselves from the UFO community. They were stating the fact that they were journalists first, that, the question shouldn't be about UFOs. Do we believe in them? The answer is no. And I felt the article, and this is just me, okay, and I could be completely wrong, but to me, I felt the article was very condescending towards the UFO community. What was your thoughts when you read that, Bryan?
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you 100%. You see, the problem you have is the UFO community. I mean, throughout time, it's never taken seriously. Even though you have MUFON, you have, Academy to the Stars, and all these other big-time people, talking about it and researching it, it's always the tinfoil hat club. And people want to separate that from, the New York Times with, Pulitzer Prizes and journalism 101, the best of the best. So you kind of want to keep your distance at this point to hedge your own bet. Just like Reid's backtracking on that, they're backtracking on this, because if their main star witness of this case would be Reid is saying, whoa, you misquoted me. They don't want to be looking like fools, and they're associated with the New York Times. They could have had outside pressure on this too, internally from the Times, saying, listen, bring this back. Reel it in. We don't need this. We have other things that we have to do, and no one's going to take us seriously if they think we're wearing tinfoil hats. So that's what I felt with, what's going on right here. Everybody's kind of like, they took that giant leap, and then they realized, I got to get back indoors on this one. No, let's back it up. Let's kind of like firm up who we are. But the bottom line is, people that are into this subject matter, the community, and people have been researching it, They know. I mean, they're excited about this. This is very exciting news. Someone's the U.S. is finally coming out when other countries have come out and talked about their files. Now we're saying we have stuff. So it's exciting, but I think there's more to this article that they really kept close to their vest. Their editor really reeled them in on this one.
I agree.
And this is the reason why. Let's baby step this one. We'll put out another one maybe in a month.
Yeah.
We'll throw it in there someplace.
William, I want to get your opinion on this, because you are one of the, in my opinion, top historians in the field of ufology, and you've done a lot of work with Roswell. Does this not feel like there's a cover-up going on? When you read that article, did you feel that you were almost being talked down to?
No, not at all. I think Kane and Blumenthal, as journalists, have to maintain a non-biased, objective attitude toward any story they write, which means you have to keep some level of distance. Is that being done? I mean, you could argue that either way. As far as the cover-up, I'm the idea that there's a cover-up overall of the UFO topic has been popularized since the mid-1950s. Do we definitively know there is? I don't know. I know the government made great efforts to lessen the importance of UFO sightings. My mind immediately goes to the Robertson panel of 53. So there was an effort along those lines. Blue Book was not really an investigative group. It was a PR firm, pretty much, other than when Ed Ruppelt was heading the group. Is there a definitive cover-up? I would cautiously say yes, but I don't know if it's in the form most people in the community think it is. But again, we don't know. I mean, we're all civilians here. We're not privy to that information. We're not able to examine it to come to some sort of consensus. We're not. So, but as far as the article, no, I didn't feel like I was being talked down at all. Not at all.
All right. I'll disagree with you on that one. I felt there was a little bit of a condescending attitude there, and that's okay. We're allowed to disagree here. Lynn, when you look at everything that you're hearing here, all right, coming from this article, I'm not sure if you got a chance to read that New York Times article afterwards, but is there in your opinion, a real separation between those who claim to be getting things done and the UFO community?
I did get a chance to read it. Now, when you say claim to be getting things done, are you referring to the people they were talking about in the article? I'm assuming, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. I don't think there is a huge difference. I would say the only thing that really separates them is the amount that they're willing to say. I also didn't find this article condescending. It didn't surprise me. I grew up in a very military family. My dad was in the military. My grandfather, my uncle, my mom, my two brothers. Yes, there's a lot of military in my family. And, this is simply the way they talk about things that are classified. And so I didn't really find it condescending. And I don't think that there is a huge disconnect other than the fact that the UFO community is obviously much more willing to talk openly and evaluate what they have seen and the things that are available to them, which is not very much. And the government obviously has, I would say much more than we do. So I think this article served as a very a small stepping stone. I wouldn't say a bridge between the two, but a very small stepping stone.
All right. I guess I'm getting schooled here. Giordano, let's get you in here.
What do you want to know? If I think that was condescending?
Yes.
Not really. No, I didn't feel like it was. Honestly, I just felt like they were just being matter-of-factly about things.
Okay.
I'm proud of my tinfoil hat.
I know Cooper.
Yeah.
Cooper would agree with me.
But why do you think that? What part of it makes you feel that way?
I guess
just the tone?
The tone of the writing to me, where they say, but in this case, we have no problem responding. No, we don't believe in UFOs. As we see it, their existence or non-existence is not a matter of belief. Then they go into this quote from Margaret Mead, where she called it a silly question back in 1974, where it says, belief has to do with matters of faith. It has nothing to do with the kind of knowledge that is based on scientific inquiry. Do people in the sun or believe in the sun or the moon or the changing seasons or the chairs they're sitting on? So they went on this real tangent about this. And I kind of looked at that and I thought, you two have the most powerful journalism in North America right now regarding this subject. And you're kind of slapping people down with an article about whether or not you should believe in UFOs. Okay, do we believe in UFOs? That's the wrong question. Reporting on the Pentagon program. I thought that was, to me, it was condescending. I could be wrong. Well, it's just the way I took it.
Well,
totally agree.
They're saying no, but yet the way they're saying it is that they're saying yes. They're saying, no, we don't believe because believe is not a thing. Belief is, sort of a personal religious concept. But they know that UFOs exist in the sense that people see unidentified objects, in the sense that there are unidentified aerial phenomena that are being encountered. And they've, been on the speaker circuit, and they've been on other programs. They do lean towards that notion that that kind of goes beyond just that basic definition. They do lean towards the extraterrestrial aspect to it. That's why they say not of this world, that not of this earth. They're mirroring, what Davis believes. has been part of, some of these programs that analyze some of this material. And they're friends with these people as well. They, like I said, they move in some of these same circles. So
I'm going to cut you off there because you just brought up a very good point here. Okay. Very good point. The fact is, you said that they are friends with a number of these people. Now, in that article, they are claiming unbiasedness. They are claiming journalistic integrity. And I'm not questioning that. Okay. Because you don't win a Pulitzer Prize like Ralph Blumenthal did, without being damn good at what you do. You know what I'm saying? So it isn't a shot on that. Okay. But Leslie Kean, we also know she has worked for Bigelow. We know that she has been published by the TTSA. We know, I believe, one of her books or her latest book or something was, or she was signed on for them or something. We know that she has had ties with other government officials regarding that. We know she has ties to TTSA. Now, is it insider or is it friendly? That's what we don't know.
Right.
Go ahead.
It could be both. I was just going to say it could be both. Go ahead.
No, but after you read that statement, I now remember what I felt when I read that part. And I felt like they were kind of being condescending, like they were pushing it off to the side, like, oh, those crazy thinking, faithful people. That's how I remember feeling.
You know what? And they should have done something similar to that, what they did in the later article, in the initial, saying, we're coming to you as on a neutral perspective here. We're not believers of these craft, but we're reporting it. They should have somehow put that in the first one, but they went full bore. They said, "Yep, we got it. There's craft. There's all this stuff," and then they got caught and they pulled back. And everybody's trying to save face at this point. Was it a friend, one of their friends, saying, "Listen, you got to cool it off. Bring it back a little bit," and then they come up with this article to publish, and it is condescending. And it really is a slap in the face to anybody else, in this community, to say, "Hey, we don't believe in it, even though you losers do." It's basically the equivalent of that, in my opinion.
How should they have retracted the statement?
They had no choice.
They should have just retracted it.
Yeah, but it's not okay. So at that point, it's not Blumenthal and Kean who retracted. Okay. It's the New York Times that has to. All right. So exactly. That's how it goes. The New York Times has to retract it. It has nothing to do with Kean.
Yeah, the first article was retracted. The quote from Reed was retracted, and they made a correction when they made reference to the UFO task force and the current legislation that's pending that said that there would be a report issued every 6 months. So that was a factual inaccuracy that was retracted. The second article was not so much an article as it was a profile. It was one of those New York Times, behind the scenes, how do our journalists work sort of type things. So there's different standards within that. They can give more of their opinion as opposed to, the strict standards of a professional article. So, the second one can be a little more condescending and loose, and they can parse their words and change things. But there certainly has been a tone from them. The article didn't turn out the way they necessarily wanted as far as, a punch, like the 2017 article. And maybe they resent that. Maybe they resent the UFO community. I do think that there are different classes and certainly different cliques within ufology, the UFO world. You have your young guns, which are your TTSA proponents. You have your traditional, researchers, the old guard, which, I consider myself to be a part of. And then you have your professional class, your media people.
Yes.
And they sort of run within
Michael,
that's a circle that they run within.
Michael, hold that thought, because we're going to continue. This is great conversation for the SOR Paranormal Roundtable that is happening right now. Richie G, Bryan Bowden, Michael Huntington, William Pullin, Lynn Wallington, Eric Cooper, Cole, Kayla are here. Yeah, we got a full house on the SOR Roundtable. Yeah, we're going to continue on right now, right after this. All right, guys, we're clear. You guys chat away. The YouTube crowd is listening in. I'm just going to quickly run my dogs outside. I'll be right back.
Don't get
Okay,
lost.
so I was kind of rereading this article as everybody was talking. The second article that we were just talking about,
Yep.
and I don't know if any of you guys noticed this, but it seemed to me like they almost disclosed more in the second article than they did the first. And what I was thinking of, it says, we were provided a series of unclassified slides showing the program took this seriously enough to include it, blah, 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 blah. One slide says the program's task was to arrange for access to data reports material from crash retrievals of AAVs. And then later, it says, our sources told us that AAV does not refer to vehicles made in any country, not Russian or Chinese, but is used to mean technology in the realm of truly unexplained. So they're saying, if I'm reading this correctly, that they were seeing slides of AAVs and then later that these were not made in any country. Is that correct?
Well, first, who's the source they're referring to, right?
Right.
Most likely it's probably Hal Puthoff or Eric Davis. What makes us know that Puthoff is involved with this is because he's involved in everything. And that slide that they're referencing was from Hal Puthoff's one of his presentations at a remote viewing seminar in 2018. So, how did that slide somehow get connected into, the ATIP? It was most likely given to them, or they've had it for a while, because at least Leslie Keene is keen on the remote viewing stuff. The psychic. Remote viewing is just a pseudoscientific way of saying, psychic,
right?
Cognition or whatever, and that's where Puthoff comes from. All the way back to Stanford Research Institute back in the early 70s. With Uri Geller and then projects that led to Army guys staring at goats and all that sort of stuff. So
I never.
The big issue with that second one has been the slide. People are like, what's this slide? This is Hal Puthoff's slide. Did you get it from Hal Puthoff? Did Hal Puthoff, was it presented? Because, they said that it was unclassified, but it's not using the term unclassified implies that it was classified, right?
Right.
At some time. So using that word is sort of a misnomer. It's non-classified is what they should have said. And if it was used to, brief congressmen, and that's a debate too, whether or not, congressmen were actually briefed, or if it was, Senate Intelligence Committee staffers that were briefed and then, brought it forward to, people on the Intelligence Committee that are interested in, anything flying around that we don't know what it is, regardless of, if it's something hidden away in our own, warehouse, it's Chinese, if it's a natural phenomena, if it's drones, balloons, or whatever, they're going to take an interest in that because, it deals with safety and it deals with, security. We don't want things, wars started when somebody launches a balloon or a drone at a fleet, so certainly we have to take interest at that, and Congress will take interest, but what was with this slide, where did that come from? And it came from Puthoff, and they probably had it, and they certainly had it, it ended up in that profile article.
Don't you guys see ATIP more as a modern version of the Blue Book?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be. I was going to say that they're issuing a report. Supposedly the legislation hasn't passed, but they're supposed to issue a report in 6 months, which will be sometime next summer. It may end up being like a blue book. It may have results that people aren't going to want to hear. The disclosure people definitely, they want the government to come out, have a press conference, say we got flying saucers, here they are.
Yeah.
It may end up being another blue book or conduct committee, where it's, totally dissatisfying to them.
Does that mean in 40 years we're going to have another bad TV show about ATIP?
Yeah.
Yep. You also got to give consideration to the fact that we have a space force now, right? So they got to figure out ways to
you know what?
finance this.
Here's the confusion. So we discussed this, months ago. Space Force, coming from a military perspective, all branches have their own version of Space Force.
Yep.
They have for years. And all they are is controlling satellite intel in Iraq.
They consolidated the money.
That's all it is.
Right.
So they
and what
say
you got to do is you got to justify the money that's going to be going to Space Force.
Exactly.
So they save money by converging all of it into one Space Force. They really did. I mean, it took the intel side of each branch into one branch.
Mm-hmm.
That did save money.
But you have these individual budgets for each branch, and now you have a new branch you have to throw more money into. And we know that there's a ton of money in each branch that's a black project that no one's going to know. Okay? Yeah. So we'll have Space Force. We need money. Let's throw a threat in. We'll throw a couple of videos out there. People are going to want to know. People get curious. We got to throw more money at this. So it could be a money grab.
All right, guys, 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
It could be. It could be, but I mean, I was in a tactical satellite unit in Iraq back in 04, 05. And yeah, he said 30 seconds. We're good.
Yeah.
But
10 seconds, guys. Hold on.
Go ahead. Okay. I'll shut up now.
All right, guys. Way too much fun. All right, music's on.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Kicking off the second hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight, I am your host, Dave Scott, hanging out with all of you. There is no place I would rather be. We welcome back everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Woofler. Woofler is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as a clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. The Paranormal Roundtable continues. We're getting into a lot of UFO talk right now. Our guest tonight, on the panel, we have Michael Huntington, UFO researcher and writer. We have Eric Cooper from S4, along with Kayla and Cole. We have Lynn Wallington, our resident witch. William Pullin, UFO historian. Goof on Radio's Rich Giordano. And the man who has literally almost 10,000 podcasts out there.
Oh, my God.
Not shows. That's just individual podcasts. Bryan Bowden out of New York. All right, everyone, coming back here. All right, right before the break, we were talking about the story coming out after the New York Times, a secondary piece by Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kane and Bryan. And we're going to start with you on this one in regards to that article that basically, in my mind, it was almost condescending to the UFO field and people who have had experiences. You know, what was your take on this? Was it the same, or did you feel that they were just showing some sort of understanding of what they're trying to write and what they're trying to get out?
Well, I mean, they pretty much state right in there that your belief means nothing, and you're fools for believing it. And so I think it was, again, we're going into this condescending thing, like they're trying to say, belief isn't important, but it is. There's a lot of people who believe in a lot of different things here, and by writing that to the general public from the New York Times, it says your belief means nothing to anybody. It's not real. It's not physical. And, we don't believe in it either. It's just it's a frustrating thing to go through because you said it earlier. This has tones of Roswell all over, people getting excited, all the stuff coming out and then getting, everything pulled out from underneath you. So as a researcher, I don't need the validation from any country to know that these things are real. But there are some people there, like experiences. I think Lynn you were mentioning them before. They've had these terrible experiences, and now what you're saying in this New York Times article is it didn't happen because you believe it happened, but it didn't happen because your belief means nothing. So what do you do with that now? How do you take that?
So when I was reading it, I saw it, I guess, slightly different because I saw it as they were just kind of getting into the semantics of it all, and that just seemed like a distraction technique, really, to kind of get away from what it is. They didn't want to talk about whatever that is. It's just like, well, you know what? Let's just focus on the words here. What exactly does belief mean? And that was kind of the majority of the article. That's how I took it. I didn't necessarily take it as, your belief is wrong. It was just more semantics, really. It was a lot of nothing, honestly.
Right. And there's a line in there that says, so if UFOs are no longer a matter of belief, right? What are they and how do they do what they do? It is a belief. They are believable. They're just as physical and believable as anything else in this world. So how can you say it's not a belief?
Okay,
then what are they?
Okay, so if we were to play devil's advocate, then what if they meant if it's not a belief, it's a fact?
Right.
Right. Well,
yeah.
But that's the whole tone of this article is saying, hey, we made a mistake. We don't believe in it. We're just reporting, and we don't think it's real or whatever. It's really this article should never have been released. What should have happened is what typically happens is the editor, whoever the chief is, puts out a little blurb. We misquoted Harry Reid. He actually said X, Y, and Z, and then leave it up to the ether for everybody to try to like. Well, what are they saying now? What are they doing now? But this went too far. So I think they're backpedaling in this whole thing here, and they're trying to save face.
I don't think. I don't think they want to be the UFO paper either, guys. The New York Times,
exactly.
Whether you love them or hate them, the New York Times has a very proud 115-year heritage and history. I don't think they want to be known as the National Enquirer for UFOs. Michael, you wanted to make a point.
Well, I want to make a different point, but let me address that right there. Yes, the New York Times doesn't want to be the National Enquirer, but it also wants, it is facing dwindling subscription rates, as all newspapers are. And the 2017 Nimitz story was their most shared and downloaded story in the history of the newspaper. So I think, they're interested in those sort of things. Does it add credibility to the subject? Yes. But, the New York Times has also done articles on the Loch Ness Monster. It's done stories on ghosts. It's done stories on exorcisms. These are human interest type stuff. This is a little different because you have political players, so I don't think the Times wants to, be the National Enquirer, but it certainly wants to sell papers. Now, as to them saying that UFOs are a matter of, they're not a matter of belief, they're a matter of fact. That's the way I took it, and they're actually right. A UFO is simply just an unidentified flying object, and people see those all the time. Now, as to whether what it is. What people are seeing, it could be a lot of different things. Most often we default to extraterrestrial, because that's what UFOs are loaded with, culturally for 70 plus, actually going back to the 30s, Martians and flying saucers and whatnot. So, they've been trying to strip that baggage and trying to get to, sort of a reset by, calling UFOs UAP. It sounds more scientific or whatever. And, but they're right in the sense that, UFOs are not a matter of belief. UFOs are a problem. They're a scientific problem. And, it should be looked at scientifically. But we're seeing, sort of, some manipulation here, with media people. Certainly military intelligence and the defense community is involved with this, as they have always been, sort of manipulating this subject. There's always been that sort of, manipulation and playing around with this subject, but ultimately it's a scientific question. Now, there are people out there, disclosurists that, want the government to come out They want the government, they imagine this day of disclosure where the government comes out, the president or somebody from the Department of Defense and, presents flying saucers. And this is a reality, and ETs are visiting us and, abducting people and all that. People, especially experiencers, especially, younger people, some of the young guns and whatnot, people that have jumped into this subject, since 2017, a lot of them have. And, they sort of want a validation. They want a vindication for their own experiences, their own belief systems, whatever. Is that what this is? I don't think it is. I think it's an article in the New York Times about UFOs, and there have been plenty of them. And there has, been this sort of thing. There have been secret government UFO studies all the time. They have not stopped. No. The military intelligence is interested in anything flying around that they don't know what the hell it is. That's a fact.
Always retracting, though. They always have to retract something.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And Rich, you said it perfectly there, because you know what? When in doubt, blame the media. When in doubt, we always got the opportunity to blame the media on something. All right. So, I mean, that's exactly what we're seeing here with everything. Is we're blaming the media again for misreporting, for misquoting, for misguiding the people and the readers out there. I mean, that's just what we do all the time. And guys, I saw it all the time when I would be in a dressing room. I never saw a single reporter without a digital voice recorder or a microphone and a tape recorder. Okay. We were always there, and we used to laugh when we would hear, these hockey players or other athletes. Oh, you guys misquoted me. You misquoted me. No, we never misquoted you. You're just backtracking, and because people loathe the media and what the many in the media stand for, okay, that you're gonna gripe us out for misreporting what you said, because we always got it on tape. That's the truth. Any solid reporter always has it on tape. We're going to move on here, because this story, and we're going to continue along the lines here. And William, we're going to start with you, and then Rich, we'll go to you. This has really put another division within the UFO community. All right. And it's having people choose sides, pro-government, USA, waving the flag in regards to the UFO world. Okay. And then there's the other side saying, really, it's the same old. We get nothing new, and you guys are just feeding off of scraps. William, this is very much a line in the sand for the UFO community right now.
I guess that's one way to take it. And the community for decades has been fractured. There's cliques within the community. You just described several of them pretty well. So when an article like this comes out, or a story, or a case, or something that becomes known to the entire community in general, those cliques become very prevalent. People declare their positions, whether they believe it or not, or they make their feelings known, and they stick to their guns. And that's not a reference to young guns. They're people who are taking up positions, and then they tend to stay there. So this article now, it came out and it presented some information. People are going to process it the way they usually do, which means they will tend to process things to confirm their own belief structure, whether they believe in the story, whether they don't, whatever their position is. People tend to have an unconscious bias, and they tend to consume information that confirms their own belief structure, instead of just looking at things objectively from afar and saying, okay, what does this article say? What does this article not say? What's being said here? Don't read between the lines. What do the words say? What's being conveyed to the reader? That usually doesn't happen. So, and now with this backtracking scenario, this recanting kind of scenario going on, it's made the situation worse. But to quote one of our other guests, it's kind of par for the course. This always happens. The next story that comes out, the same thing will happen. The cliques will be reconfirmed. People will take up positions, and the fracturing of the community will be maintained. And it's kind of always been like that. But in recent years, it's gotten worse with I guess now the TDSA is active, so that's another avenue as opposed to just being a MUFON-driven field. That and now with social media out there, with Twitter and Facebook, people can interact and confirm their own biases with their own groups. So it's kind of those scenarios have assisted and made the situation worse. So again, it's part of the course. It's always been like this. All
right, goof on, Rich Giordano.
Can you do me just a small favor? Because I was listening to everything he was saying. I want to make sure I answer the question. Can you repeat it for me?
Well, just in regards to the division of the UFO community again, every time one of these arguments comes out.
So the division, you're always going to have it. I mean, it's just the way it is. People are going to want to believe, and other people are going to say it's just drip, drip, nothing, which is what I believe. I believe because every 2-3 years, there's always some article or a sighting or a story or an update on Roswell or new evidence on Bob Lazar. It's always something to get us going, but it always leads to nowhere. And we're back, on step one. It's 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. We never go anywhere. I've been saying this for years. And the longer I'm in it, the more I see it. Whether it's disclosure in 2005, that never happened. 2010, it never happened. 2015, it never happened. To UFO, to off-world vehicles never happening. So it's not anything new. So I don't get too excited. I don't get too down because I know it's just par for the course.
All right. Lynn, I want to bring you in here for a second because one of the things that I have noticed through all of this is the fact that it's the same people interviewed every time. Every article has Harry Reid. Every article has Lou Elizondo. Every article has Nick Pope. Every article has David Fravor. Every article has Chris Mellon. At what point do we look at this? And it doesn't matter the outlet, whether it's the New York Times, whether it's Fox News, whether it's CNN, whomever it may be, it's the same people on and on and on. We don't see Richard Dolan. We don't see Grant Cameron. We, thank goodness Cheryl Costa announced that she was brought in for an article on the Wall Street Journal that she was quoted in about UFOs, because finally a different voice. But there are brilliant people in the UFO field. Nobody's getting any press except the same 4 or 5 people. Is that good? Is that bad? Or is it because the media really doesn't know how to cover this story?
Yes, all of the above.
That's right.
It really is. It really is. I think it's a little bit of everything. Sorry, I don't have a better answer.
Okay, so with that, Lynn, go ahead, Eric.
What if they don't know where to go? I mean, so Nick Pope make them, the 4 big ones make themselves available.
Well, yeah, but if they did even the tiniest bit of research into the UFO community, they'd see Grant Cameron, they'd see Richard Dolan, they'd see all these other people. Yeah,
it's the narrative. Let me tell you. They want this government stuff out in the open because UAP is credible. Whatever they want to do, it's all about the government now. They don't want to deal with what's been done and all the stuff that's attached to it. They don't want Dolan's history anymore. We've heard it 100 times. Greer, we don't care about him anymore. Linda Moulton Howe, she's doing her own thing. Although we, but nonetheless, it's about UAP and the government. And unidentified and Luis Elizondo. That's the narrative now. That's what they're trying to push. Why should they care about what's been done and said a million times? This is new. Why not?
What I find funny though is they thought just changing an acronym would change their narrative. For most of us in the UFO community, it didn't. We still see UFOs as UFOs, whether they like to call them UAPs or not.
Because there has been a movement away from the extraterrestrial hypothesis in a lot of areas within ufology. And this has been largely due to the influence of people like Jacques Vallée and John Keel, because, they postulated that, maybe they're not coming from another star system. Maybe we're being visited by some sort of intelligence that is here. In a different dimension, in a different plane, in a different reality. So I think, ultimately it's still extraterrestrial, or ultra-terrestrial or whatever, term, not terrestrial that you want to call it. But again, it's not every case. Every case out there is not the same thing. Each case is its own mystery, and there might be a variety of causes. Some of them may be ETH, some of them may be ultra-terrestrial, some of them may be secret military programs, which, I think, that's why certainly military intelligence is interested in that. They do want to cover up some of their own stuff, and they do definitely want to know if China's got something flying over here that can do tic-tac stuff, So, what we're dealing with, we don't know. But you're right. Some things are not, like a phenomena, some sort of strange event that, it transpires that, it's very rare or whatever. Some people are seeing objects. Some people are seeing, nuts and bolts craft. And so, the UAP term doesn't necessarily fit.
They are staying away from the abductions for sure.
Oh, you don't hear anything about. No, you don't hear anything about abductions anymore. I mean, we do from the abductee side of it, but
how can they just dismiss that altogether? Yeah, it's amazing.
Because why would they admit something that they allowed in a contract?
If you look at the Regala, I always butcher the Renata treaty that Eisenhower did. Of course, you're going to see a whole bunch of people stepping up.
You get into the point where you have these aerial phenomena that are the tic tacs, and they're we have no control over that. If you want to throw in that these things are also abducting people, that's way too much for the public to handle.
Yeah, you're right. That's
why they're never going to go to that right off the bat.
Just the fact that they're not. Yeah, just the fact they're not talking about it speaks volumes.
Oh yeah.
Well, okay.
Well, you got to think. We can't even handle wearing masks. Come on, guys.
That's the best.
But here's the other side of that coin. You take the abduction side, and then you throw in a MyLab, where it's the government with aliens. Oh my God.
Right.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, and I was thinking too,
there's a lot of rabbit holes to go down. The military intelligence rabbit hole. The abductee experience. Which I think is certainly valid. You don't hear too much about it now. There's not too many abductees. On the conference circuit. There are experiencers. They tend to be more of a new age sort of spiritual bent. Are aliens still abducting? I don't know.
Well,
and I think kind of everything we were just talking about too kind of leads back to, from my perspective, having talked with a bunch of experiencers, contactees, abductees, whatever it is they refer to themselves as. This is part of the fracture in the community because you have people coming at it from so many different angles. You have the people who have experienced MyLab, so they're going to go on a more military kind of route. You have the people that are saying, oh, well, I was visited by an ultra-terrestrial. They take the kind of the Jacques Vallée route. They have people who were saying they were getting physically abducted. You have people who are seeing things in the sky, whether or not they think it's secret, military technology or there's so many different perspectives. And unfortunately, I think that's what contributes to the fracture in the community is because we're all coming at it from so many different angles.
Bingo. Everybody, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. We do have to go to science, but we do have to go to break as well. The Paranormal Roundtable on Spaced Out Radio continues with Brian Bowden, Rich Giordano, William Pullin, Lynn Wellington, Michael Huntington, Coop, Cole, Kayla, and myself, Dave Scott. We'll be back right after this. I got a great topic next, guys. I'm going to save it, but we got a great topic.
No, let's talk abductions.
Oh, we'll get there. We got another hour. We got another hour, and I got an order here.
I want to go to fairies next.
Well,
right to fairies.
Hell yeah.
Let's talk how about what I have brewing in my cauldron.
You guys chat. I'm going to go get some more iced tea.
That's what I have brewing.
Well, there you go.
Let's talk about demons having sex with people at night.
Let's not go there.
Well, you're not too far off. You know, Tom DeLong has posted some stuff on Instagram here and there, you know, kind of alluding to demonic, you know, forces. And you know, maybe, you know, that's one way to interpret, you know, ultra terrestrials, you know, malevolent beings from another dimension. You know, that's another way to say demon or alien, you know. So
that.
It's interesting that no one has brought up, you know, the cult, I forgot the name of them, that killed themselves decades ago. And no one's bringing up the
Heaven's Gate.
Heaven's Gate. Yeah. And no one's bringing
you know,
up
and we have that new comment that's going through. I've been waiting for Heaven's Gate 2 to pop up. And hey,
so am I. I was hoping they were sponsored by Adidas this time or something.
You know what? In 1997, I was in a damn alcohol treatment facility in Landstuhl, Germany, and I got pulled out of one of our sessions by a psychologist, and she's like, "So, Specialist Cooper, I know you're into UFOs. You're not going to kill yourself, are you?" I'm like, "Really? Why would I do that?" Well, did you hear about that cold? Like, no. And she told me about Heaven's Gate. I'm like, oh, hell no. That's just stupidity shit there.
Yep.
And then we had a long chat about UFOs, and she was a UFO believer as a psychologist. I'm like, cool. Working for the Army of all places.
Of course.
Maybe she's working for a 3-lettered agency while she was there, too.
Yeah. I never got followed. What? No, I take that back. I got followed in Atlanta.
MK Ultra.
My phone was tapped. No, my phone was tapped. I had little agents running around outside the damn apartment. Yeah, no. But that's what happens when you use an Army computer for researching UFOs.
Not a good idea.
In a classified building. Yeah, it was fun. Why not? Tommy Franks understood, but that's why he's not the colonel anymore. Well, no, shit, general anymore. Oh.
I didn't get into that doctor. Alien DNA.
No, I do not want to get into that doctor. Hell no. We'll talk about her, but no.
Oh yeah, what I saw like a little blurb, but I didn't look into that. What was she saying?
Alien demon seed.
Dude, seriously?
Oh, yeah. Of course. Okay.
The U.S. government is run by reptilians.
Well, clearly.
Yep.
Let's see. Alien DNA is being used to treat civilians. Women's gynecological problems are actually caused by demons and witches having sex with them at night in their sleep.
I do. Yep.
So that's actually my concern.
I'm just saying, Trump is a little orange.
She starts talking shit about witches, and Trump follows along with it. Then that could be an issue.
We need to put Trump in front of a green.
We're not going. We don't go politics, guys. You know that this isn't the show for politics.
Yeah.
So
as far as
it's no break.
Go ahead.
All right, we got about a minute here. Yeah, but remember we're still live on YouTube, right? So
okay.
Let's see here. Astral sex and alien DNA. I'm bringing up Stella Emanuel's.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a good one. We'll go with that one right there. That's a good article. All right. We'll fit it. You know what? That's a good way for us to end tonight is we'll talk about Dr. Stella in the last half hour because we could all use a good a laugh here. So we'll go with that. We got 30 seconds here, everyone. 30 seconds.
Why do I feel like I'm going to get asked a lot of questions on this one?
You're brewing the Eye of Newt right now, so Cooper likes a good cup of Eye of Newt. I know.
In a little while. But it's got to come from Bigfoot.
Bigfoot newt.
Yeah, Bigfoot newt.
All right, guys, here we go. All right, music's coming on. Music's on. We pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Great to have each and every one of you with us tonight. Thank you so much for taking the time. We want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show, and on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. The SOR Paranormal Roundtable panel continues right now. Lynn Wallington, our resident witch. We got Eric Cooper, Cole, and Kayla from S4. We have William Pullin, our UFO historian. Michael Huntington, one of the top researchers and writers in this field. Bryan Bowden, 682,000 podcasts. He does 28 podcasts an hour that he's running live. Rich Giordano from Goof On Radio. Everybody, welcome back. I got to ask you guys, because this is something I brought up last night. I had Nicole Sakic on as a guest. She is a researcher assistant for Grant Cameron, and we were talking about this, and I don't know why I haven't thought about this more, but it was one of those questions that just kind of came out, and sometimes we get a good one every now and again. All right. And the question that I had for her, and I'm going to ask this to all of you, at what point did the field of ufology start trusting a bunch of spooks? And when do we all of a sudden believe that people who are former or current NDA holders, people who are former Alphabet Agency members, are going to have the best interest for the public when it comes to UFOs? Michael, I want to start with you on this one.
Well, throughout the history of the subject, we've always had military intelligence of some sort involved. Going all the way back to, Project Sign and Grudge, maybe even Roswell before that, military intelligence being involved. In the 50s and 60s, it's believed that military intelligence started influencing the subject and influencing the UFO communities by infiltrating, or at least, monitoring and infiltrating. NICAP was supposedly infiltrated. Yeah. Even Kehoe, who ran that group, who came from a military background, and pretty much was, one of the first to postulate that, the government was covering stuff up and trying to manipulate the subject. His organization itself was pretty much discredited by the 70s because it was believed that it was infiltrated by military intelligence. And then, going into the 80s, I should step back. There's Project Blue Book and the Condon Committee and all, the military influence over those. But, going into Roswell in the 80s, certainly, there were shenanigans going on there. The MJ-12 documents were, pretty popular in the 80s and the 90s, and pretty much established, the secret cabal sort of premise within ufology, within the culture. It's since been looked at as government disinformation. And you follow that up with, alien autopsies and Paul Benowitz and, Richard Doty and the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Throughout the history, there's been military intelligence. They want to take advantage of people looking at the skies, and they want to take advantage of reports of unidentifieds. I think we're kind of seeing that today. Why would ATIP, sort of morph into To the Stars Academy Because maybe they want to, and they've talked about it. They want to have monitoring devices on people's phones that can report directly to the stars, anything that's flying in the sky. And we got all sorts of things flying in the sky now. There's all kinds of drones, drones that may be coming from other countries. So, there's certainly a military interest there. And there's certainly manipulation. And it's always been prevalent, and it's going on, I think, to this day.
Bryan Bowden, I want to get you in here on this because, for a long time, we have all tried, you listen to the old school guys. Yes, they wanted the government information, like Michael said, but they also knew that they had to do the groundwork as ufologists. And that's how the field kind of developed. And we were always told, look, from Richard Doty previously to now, okay, we've known there are disinformation agents out there regarding this field. That isn't a conspiracy theory. That's proven fact in this field. So when we look at everything that has kind of gone on, Bryan, with this, should we be concerned with now we're putting the entire UFO future and all of the claims within the hands of a bunch of spooks?
Yeah, no, I'm all on board with that. I don't trust these guys as far as you can throw them. Their job prior to this is a lot more disinformation, infiltrating places and using it for their own or whoever they were reporting to's benefit. The fact that everybody's trusting all these people, I'm really shocked. I'm shocked not many more people are asking these questions. I've always said that, when you have a guy like Greer, he's a doctor, emergency room, but he's giving briefings to the president. Why? How does a guy that's nobody give briefings to the president? So there's something there on that one. And then you have, the Stars Academy it's just littered with these people. Yes, as a researcher, you need some of these people to come forward. You need to validate some of this information. But you also have to second guess what they're telling you. Why are they telling you this? Is there ulterior motives behind it? You cannot believe any of the stuff that comes out. There's something always behind it with these people. So how these people are being believed by everybody and everybody's on board. Oh, he's on board. He's past 25 years. He can talk about whatever. No. I know enough of these people in these lettered agencies, really nice people, but if you knew what they did, it would blow you away. And you can't, leopard does not change its spots. That's it.
All right. William Pullin, UFO historian. You followed this type of trail since your research in Roswell and the new Roswell crash to today. Should we be putting the UFO and the future of ufology and potentially disclosure in the hands of people who are more prepared to serve their country than those who have experienced it?
Well, we should always be wary of misinformation. Michael's right. There's an entire decades-long history of government involvement in this subject. Their motivations behind it can be bantied around and argued, but they've always been there. But in today's world, there's no need for misinformation efforts. We misinform ourselves. The UFO community believes in so many things that are not valid, incorrect information. We're not really good at vetting content. We still believe in hoax cases, so we're kind of our worst enemy that way. Should we trust the points of view of individuals that are working for the government? I don't know. I don't know if we should mistrust them, but we should keep them at arm's length and be aware of that, and ask questions when the information comes forward. The how, the why, what's the motivations behind that, and be very cautious. But we need to be cautious with all the information we take in. We can't just blindly accept things at face value. We need to do our homework. There have been spooks involved in the field inside and outside the community since the word go. You had the contactees in the 50s, the George Adamskis, who were claiming to have, and people of that nature were claiming to have been flown to Venus or Mars or Jupiter and visiting the princess of Mars, who was a buxom blonde, and this sort of thing that weren't grounded in reality. But people believe that. So this field has always been populated by those kind of individuals, whether inside the community or outside. So if we all did a better job vetting information and not trying to confirm our own belief structure and being more objective and cautious, we'd go a lot further than we are now. But that's kind of human nature. People want to believe what they believe, and then doesn't get us anywhere.
Lynn, I want to bring you in, and then Rich and Eric, your points on this. Okay, and of course, Cole and Kayla. Sorry, Lynn. In regards to this, you worked for Dr. Edgar Mitchell with the Free Experiencers. Now, the majority of us have never met the man before he passed away. He was the sixth man to walk on the moon. Very much in favor of any type of alien/UFO disclosure, but also played the government game very well. And it's alleged that the Wilson documents came from his estate that has set off the firestorm. But let's just focus right now on the fact that there's a lot of government agents out there, and through your time with MUFON and Free Experiencers, you probably talked to a number of them, or maybe you have, maybe you haven't. I'm just assuming that you have. Do you look at this and say that we are putting too much faith in these alphabet agencies to all of a sudden have our best interests when it comes to ETs and disclosure?
Well, I definitely have had a chance to talk with a lot of experiencers while I was working with Free. I ran their support program, so I've had the chance to talk to about roughly 300 experiencers over those couple of years that I was there. And I guess my question would be, do they really believe these? Are they trusting? I really don't think that they are trusting these kind of government agents and military or post-military people that are giving us this information. Most of the people that I've spoken with are very distrustful of any type of government agency. So I'm not sure that they are trusting these people to begin with.
Okay, so if they aren't trusting, but if you look at the big picture, okay, take the To the Stars Academy, okay, Chris Mellon worked for the DIA, okay, Hal Puthoff has worked for government agencies. We have Lou Elizondo working for government agencies. We have Jim Semivan working for government agencies. The former assistant head of Lockheed Skunk Works. Guess what they do? They build black projects for government agencies. All right, like we have all of this darkness around. And we know, because I've been to conferences where I've spoken where, oh, yeah, you start talking to somebody. Yeah, I'm a scientist. I'm interested in this subject. Oh, well, who do you work for? Oh, I work for the CIA, or I work for the NRO. They're out there. I've met them. Okay. and I'm sure a number of you have as well. Right. And so at what point in a subject that has been taboo for 70 years, Lynn, has this, how are we supposed to put our trust in all of a sudden all of these people who have NDAs, all of these people who have signed their oath and their allegiance to the United States and the beautiful flag that you have? OK, at what point do we say, yeah, they have the UFO field's best interests at heart here?
Well, we don't. And I don't that's kind of the point I guess I'm trying to make is I don't think most people do trust them in the UFO community. Now, if you're looking at the American public at large, yes, I think they're going to be much more willing to accept what these people will say as fact. But within the UFO community itself, I think people are always questioning this type of information. Whether or not these people are in the community doesn't mean that they are trusted within the community.
All right. Richie G, need your opinion.
What's up? Well, I remember what it was like before I got into ufology, and I used to believe everything I heard on TV. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. That's unbelievable. And they'd keep showing it, I'm like, what? God, I can't believe that's a real UFO, especially with the Phoenix Lights, It was very eye-opening experience. But now that I'm in the field, a number of years, it's the same thing every 2 to 3 years. And, somebody's stepping up from the government or like TTSA formed. And what are they? All those people together, that's like an all-star team for ufology, government-wise. Everybody there has worked in the government except for, DeLong. So to me, that just tells me they're not going to give us the information, even if they get it. So what does that mean for the rest of ufology? It means tough darts. You're only going to get what we tell you, and that's that. Yet we still wait for TTSA to come out with something. What do they say now? Or Jim Semivan or anybody else who comes out with an article or an interview. Yeah, we're suckers, man. We're suckers, but we don't believe it. I don't understand it. It's just a crazy world to be in.
Eric Cooper.
Well, you know, with TTSA, as many highfalutin people that's in the organization, we should
say something happened. Every other person is listening to it.
Yeah.
Because you kind of understand that person's personality, maybe because they're a public figure. You know, you may be able to trust them more, for even though it's all an act for TV or whatever. But that's just the public. Mm-hmm. They're very gullible that way when it comes to those people.
Right,
but
faces you know.
Yeah, I guess so. And they're not even telling the truth. That's the funny thing. I don't know. You know, I like watching those shows where they have celebrities on, and for some reason they come across as believable. And I don't know if it's because they're in front of a camera their whole lives or whatever, but what do they have to gain by lying? Like Dan Aykroyd.
Well, I think we also want to attach some sort of celebrity to them. And when you have somebody who claims to have worked in government agencies on the UFO files, that gives you an instant celebrity that you are somebody of knowledge that the media can trust on that, whether it's the mainstream media or whether it's television shows or what have you. But in the end, you know, it's all spin doctoring, Michael, is it not?
Well, in the end, you know, what we're seeing predominantly within ufology these days is camps within ufology, especially, you know, the disclosures camp, seeing that the way to resolve the UFO problem is to engage in politics or public relations. Politics in that, you know, we believe the government has secrets and we're going to, you know, engage in UFO activism to get them to reveal the secrets, you know, problem solved, or we're going to engage in public relations in order to get, you know, the people of the world aware of the solution of the problem in order to help, you know, politically to come to a solution. But ultimately, you know, any political solution is going to be a political solution, and whether or not it can be trusted, you know, even if the government comes out tomorrow and, you know, says things, there's going to be people within the UFO community that's going to say false flag, you know, or manipulation, and they may be right or may not be right. And even if, you know, the PR part, you know, through media, through, you know, exploitation, television, you know, whatever, you know, even if we convince you know, majority of the people on the planet that UFOs are a reality, you know, that's not to say they're extraterrestrial or whatever, you know, we're still not solving the problem. We're still not answering, you know, what UFOs are, you know, and they're probably a lot of different things. So it's incumbent upon the UFO community to, you know, not go off track and not go down these rabbit holes that we've been down before, and eventually start to move towards trying to present this in a scientific manner to mainstream science. That's who you need to convince. You know, we don't need another Ancient Alien, you know, channel documentary to, you know, show that UFOs are real. What we need is some good science, you know, presented to, you know, the National Academy of Science. We need long-term investigations into all these different types of phenomena, you know, and we need a scientific. We need to move away from trying to convince people. We need to move away from getting permission from the government, you know, to come up with solutions. And we need to start to engage in serious scientific investigations into the UFO phenomena, ghost phenomena, psychic phenomena, all this sort of stuff. You know, because, you know, there might be some sort of link between them, you know, at least as far as, you know, the pseudoscientific aspects, they all need to convince science. That's how you convince science. That's how you convince the establishment, by doing good science. And, that's what I encourage. I encourage us to, not go down these rabbit holes as much, not follow, the Pied Pipers from military intelligence, and, start to come up with programs. A MUFON has, the reason it's so low on people's radar within the UFO world is because it's it became a PR company. It became a media company, and To the Stars is largely a media company slash military intelligence company. I don't know how that works out, but we need some science done. Nobody's doing the science. Nobody's out there trying to solve the problem.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing too, is they've privatized it. So once they privatize it, they don't have to release the information to you.
The science is being done, but it's not focused on by anybody. Very select people are focused in that the underlying thread, that pin that's going to connect everything to everything and validate what we're doing right now is in quantum mechanics.
Exactly.
It's going to blow the doors off of everything. And it's not really brought into the mainstream. It's going to validate every theory, practice, ghost, cryptids, you name it. It will validate it. We're going to be doing things once this becomes bigger and bigger that we read about in science fiction books. And until that happens, regular scientists they're only limited by whatever laboratory they're working on, and basically mainstream type of science. There are people that are really pushing the envelope quantitatively that these scientists couldn't even wrap their brains around, and they're pretty smart individuals. So once we get that science going, I think you're going to really see this huge. It's going to be a floodgate, and everything's going to have to come out because it's all related.
All right,
guys. But even when science,
go ahead quickly. You got 10 seconds.
Okay. Even when they did come out with the Higgs boson thing and the theory and the God particle and all of that, nobody listened and nobody cared.
No, we're too inundated with everything that we have to do in our daily lives, and Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, because, putting up meals and pictures of pets is way more important and a lot more fun, too. Hour 3 of the SOR Paranormal Roundtable continues right after this on Spaced Out Radio. What about the experiencers, those who are seeing UFOs, those who are in contact or being abducted by aliens? Let's turn up the woo in hour 3 of the SOR Roundtable coming up. This show's flying, guys. Flying.
It always does. Roundtable always flies.
Are we going to talk about the hockey playoffs or no?
Not tonight. All right, you guys chat away. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Lynn, you were 100% correct. All these great things are coming to light in science, and it's like nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
No one wants to know about it.
No, everything's whether or not you should wear a mask, or look, the BLM destroyed this building.
Right.
Or, oh my God.
Well, if you think about the quantum physics of it, and you think about the fact that Einstein came up with spooky action at a distance and all of this stuff, and quantum tunneling, which could totally be what ghosts and spirits are, nobody listened. Nobody gave it a second thought.
Well, but also, in ghost research, and I'm pretty active in that as well. We're sort of stuck in that ghost hunters TV model.
Right?
Yeah.
Go to a spooky place for a night, and film your face in green light, and that's pretty much it. Nobody's doing. Yeah, nobody's doing long-term studies at phenomenological hotspots at localities, and there are such places. Haunted houses, UFO hotspots, places where people see cryptids. They are locations that are anomalous. They are anomalous hotspot locations, and nobody's doing long-term scientific studies, instrumented studies, beyond the TV media type stuff that you see, or writing papers or publishing papers or getting grants to do long-term studies.
Well, see, and that's what I'm saying, though, is that the people that do these studies, they are never brought to the light of day. They're told, you know what, let's work on this instead. This is what the people want.
Yeah. The entertainment value is what pays the bills. Okay, so let's call that what it is. But I mean, like, I don't really like them. But of all these ghost people that are out there, the one group that really what I love about them is the ghost hunter. I mean, the ghost adventure guys, Zach, T Baggins, whatever. I'm not really a fan of him, but what I like is I like the science side of it, where they're trying to test new theories and create new equipment. And they're trying to take things that are out there, like using, the Connect and using you're talking about infrasound to try to generate these things. I mean, I don't believe any of these guys, but that's the path we've got to take. We've got to start looking at different things, combining different type of scientific mediums and really studying it.
Well, we also need to, try to figure out why places are anomalous, why phenomena are localized, what environmental factors makes, a haunted house, for instance, or a UFO hotspot. We need to get beyond the, certainly we need to gather data, and certainly we need to work towards theories, but ultimately we also need to work towards solutions. I'm not, out to as interested in, proving that ghosts exist as I am wanting to know what the hell a ghost is.
Right.
What is it comprised of? How does it move? How does it interact? How is something, part of the non-material world, how is it able to interact with the material world? And if we exist in the material world, so we should be able to, deal with all these things and research and investigate all these things using material science. And I think through that, I would love to have a ghost in a bottle. I don't necessarily want to talk to it.
They literally had one on eBay.
I've seen that. I look on YouTube.
About 35 years ago or something like that, someone sold a ghost in a jar on eBay for like 20 grand.
No, you know what?
Yeah,
it was genius.
You can get
it's like pet rocks.
10, 20 years ago, you can find different companies that actually sold, ghosts in a jar, demons in a damn vase, freaking buy my haunted couch. I mean, yeah, come on.
I would buy that.
But I want the real thing. I want to be able to experiment it and measure it and figure out, how the energy lattice is organized and how it's able to have consciousness. And, that's what we want to explain, right? Same thing with UFOs, same thing with, whatever Bigfoot is, ultimately we want to know. We don't want another picture. We don't want another convincing video. What we want is something that's measurable, tangible, DNA, analytical, tangible.
You know what? Come to my house. I have Bigfoot knocks behind my house all the time.
You can also look to noetic science really as breaking through on a lot of this stuff. One of the greatest things that took place in this century is that they discovered the soul has weight. And the way they figured that out was with the videotape of the guy, and he was dying, and the bed had the weight on it. And the moment he died, and the soul
X amount of weight.
Yeah, X amount of weight disappeared. And it wasn't because, if he littered his bowels or whatever, that's still going to be the same weight that should be there. But something disappeared and he was less. So, I mean.
Yeah, but do you think that maybe what disappeared was the electrons because they were no longer firing?
Well, it could have been. It could have been energy just dispersing, going back to the collective, whatever that may be.
All right, guys. We got to calm it down here. We got about 15 seconds before we're going to come on the air once again. Thank you to everybody who has participated in the super chat tonight on the show. I really do appreciate all the help from all of you. We're going to get into it. Let's kick off hour number 3 right now. What do you say? Music's on.
See you there.
Yeah. Hour number 3.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight. I want to say thank you to everybody tuning on in on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio digitally. Remember, all of our archives are free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Woofler. Woofler is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on the mighty SOR. Our website, spacedoutradio.com, has a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show and on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. We bring in the panel for the SOR Roundtable, which we do near the end of each month so we can discuss, debate the month that was and the weird and strange. This one has pretty much been a full UFO show because a lot of the news was based around UFOs. Our panel tonight, UFO historian William Pullin, Lynn Wallington, Michael Huntington, Bryan Bowden. He has about 878 podcasts out there going at the same time. From Goof On Radio, Rich Giordano, and from S4, we have Eric, the Coop, with a great beard, fantastic beard, Cole and Kayla as well. Everyone, welcome back to the show. And we're going to get into the experiencer side of things here. Rich, I want to bring you in to kick things off, okay? Because, you know, through the whole debate over the last couple of years, it is all a bit about the science of UFOs. How can they turn the way they do? What is their energy? How are they built? Why are they able to go from 30,000 feet to 10 feet above sea level in less than 2 seconds? I mean, there is a lot of cool technology that the scientists are very much intrigued by. But the forgotten part, in my opinion, is the experiencer out there. Those who have seen black triangles, you know, while they're driving down the highway, those who claim to have been abducted, those who have claimed to have seen extraterrestrials and had some sort of contact. This is something that I think has been all of a sudden muted in the UFO community. Where do we stand on the experiencer side of thing, and what should be that role?
It's weird. It goes back to when that Dr. Lear, the guy who used to remove the implants in abductees, and when he passed away, it seemed that the abductions started to dwindle away with him. It was weird. It was almost like he was an anchor for it. Yeah, it seems like it's hit a little rut in the road, but you know what? Other things are happening at the same time. A lot of stuff is being pulled away from it, from mainstream news, New York Times, you know, and everything else. So with that being said, they are being left on the side, but there's also less of them coming forward in the main, you know, like I guess into mainstream media. I don't know. It's really weird. You never really see abductee stories in mainstream media. Yeah, that's weird. You used to. I remember in the 80s, there used to be people on TV talking about it. You don't see it that much. At least in Arizona we did, because it's very active here.
Okay, but is that fair to the crowd, Rich?
No, it's not. It's not fair to them at all. I have people who contact me who want to come on my show and tell their story. And it's sad. They just want to tell people their story and nobody's listening to it. It's weird. So, yeah, I think we need to, even myself, we need to start listening to them again, because they tell the story. I think they have the story. They have the key to this, because they're close up and personal. Whatever's happening, it's closer than what I'm getting. You know, pictures, things in the sky, it doesn't really matter. But they're actually having contact. And that, to me, not like Stephen Greer contact. I'm talking about abduction contact. You know, like they actually believe it's happening to them. So, and it's not just once or twice, lifetime. You know, 50 years. Yeah, it's amazing. These stories are being pushed aside or not listened to. I think we need to start, you know, bringing them back, because that's where the truth is.
Well, not to mention, you talk to the experiencer, you actually, in some cases, get to the science, because the true abductees, because there are some that just want the fame, the glory, the attention. But the true abductees do have marks on the body. They do have implants, and you're absolutely right. Once Lear died, he was the prime surgeon to take out the implants. Nobody really stepped up to do it.
No,
I have heard there is another one that is doing it. I can't remember his name, and that sucks. But he was the primary surgeon to pull out the implants. You get the implant, there are frequencies to them. They do have radio frequencies. That was proved on UFO hunters. They actually, went and did one.
Yeah.
But no, you start getting the experiencer out more often, you will get to the science in some of these cases. And you're absolutely right. We do still hear from we have experiencers. We talk about abduction all the time on S4. So has it slowed down? Absolutely not. It's just not on the mainstream anymore.
No.
But that's the purpose. It's not even on the radar of people because everybody wants to know what the government knows. Everybody wants to know what the scientists know. Everybody is worried about the technology. How many times have we seen the media over the last little bit have opportunities with the people of the Pentagon or whomever to ask solid questions about, well, what happened at Roswell? What happened at Phoenix? In Canada, what happened at Shag Harbor? They haven't done it.
They don't.
They haven't done it whatsoever. Okay. And they are dodging the questions. And this is, and I blame the media for that. I really do. Okay. But in the end, Lynn, I want to bring you in here for a second because as a former volunteer helper with the free experiencers, you dealt with a lot of these people and experiencers I have talked to feel a little bit gypped in this whole thing because they're wondering, well, what about me? What about what happens to me on a monthly basis or a weekly basis? What is going on?
What is going on as far as, is it still happening or what is going on? Meaning like, why is it not being told more?
Why were the experiencers are being shunned in this whole new UFO movement?
Well, I mean, these are simply my observations, but I'd say for the past, 20 or so years, experiencers have been portrayed as crazy and kooky. And it seems that in the media, at least, they seem to be trying to take a more, scientific approach and have some sort of factual basis that they're reporting on. There's a lot of air quotes going on. You can't see this at the moment, but there are. And I think that it would, being as how that is how they're portraying it at the moment in the media, to then bring in someone who just says, hey, here's this housewife from Indiana who claims she's been abducted 25 times. I don't think that they're willing to do that. I mean, we were talking earlier about that article where they were, discussing one tiny little quote from who was it, Henry Reid, and it became this big ordeal. And it was just one tiny little quote. So then you take someone who says, oh, well, I've been abducted 25 times and this is what's happened to me. And I had hybrid children. Nobody's going to report on that because it would be like career ending, I would imagine, at this point in time.
It's interesting because in 2017, we actually did see a spike of people coming out talking because they actually thought it was okay back then. But now, no.
You don't want
to be labeled.
Oh, so I was going to say, one of the things we do, see, when I'm not podcasting, Dave, I have a group called the New York State UFO Project, and we have live meetings in two separate portions of the state. We have a lot of people that are experiencers that come there. A lot of people just sit and watch and listen. And a few of them, after about a couple of months, even a year, will eventually retell their story. There's a lot of fear in this, and there's a trust issue. They're afraid of what they're experiencing, a lot of them, and they don't trust people because they've told people that were the closest to them, family members, and they're considered crazy. So why would you go out and want to be doing this publicly? Now, some of these people, these experiencers, are lucky enough to be able to deal with it, or they've figured a way to deal with it, and they're a little bit more coming forward with it. But I'd be cautious about some of them that are coming forward with it and maybe trying to get their 15 minutes, because I've seen the real fear on these people's faces. And they are deathly afraid of what's taking place with them.
Right. And that's absolutely true. I mean, that was a lot of what I dealt with too, was that a lot of these people, one, were traumatized by their experience, and two, afraid of what people would think of them. And they did, in fact, have issues with those that were closest to them, their husbands, their parents, their siblings. Some of them were disowned because of this. Like, there were some serious consequences for speaking out about this.
Yeah. How do you tell somebody that I've been abducted and I have kids or children in space?
Yeah.
I mean, that blows you away.
Right.
I mean, on the comical side, I would say, okay, we'll get their social security number, we'll claim on taxes. But, I mean, that's tough to deal with when you're having a real child. Like, hey, you're going to be a dad. Oh, my God. Now you have like 15 hybrid kids, and some of these hybrids actually come and visit their parents, and they're standoffish. That's a really scary situation to be in.
Right.
Well, and that's what's interesting too, is it's changed. We had a few cases that we were dealing with a year or two ago where the hybrids are actually being born here on Earth, a natural birth, versus back in the 90s to early 2000s, they were actually being born on the ship. That is a change in the hybrid program.
Well, I think more and more people are one of the good things about this becoming public is that it's a little bit more acceptable, or a lot more acceptable, and maybe it can come a little bit more mainstream. So maybe they are doing births live, and people are able to deal with the fact that they have this beautiful child, be it a creation of between two different species or races. But in general, it's still a scary prospect for a lot of these people. And mostly there's a couple of men that are freaked out. But mostly the women are dealing with it a lot better than the men. I'll tell you that right now.
All right, William.
Right. And
go ahead, Lynn, and then William Pullin.
I was just going to say, I think one other obstacle that these experiencers are having in telling their story is that even within the UFO community, they're questioned. They are disbelieved at times. They still find kind of that they have to fight back, and say, no, this really did happen to me. And so if they're dealing with that in the UFO community, why in the world would they then take it to the public at large, who they know are not going to believe them?
True. William Pullin.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of blame to go around. I mean, if I had a UFO experience, I would want to come out and discuss it. I could care less what people think. We want that. We want the data. We want people to be comfortable coming forward. Part of the issue I have with the community is not the experiencers, it's the researchers. There's a lot of individuals in the community that are conducting themselves in very unprofessional ways. And when you act unprofessional, when you act in an amateurish way, are witnesses going to want to come forward and discuss things with that researcher? Of course not. No. I mean, who among us would be comfortable going to a doctor's office and that doctor's constantly making light of our situation or acting in an amateurish manner? We wouldn't. We'd be very uncomfortable with that. We would not want to go visit that doctor again. Same thing, we're going to visit an attorney. The attorney is always laughing about our situation or not taking it seriously. We would not advocate we would not go to their business anymore. We would not pay for the services. We have a lot of that. We have a lot of amateurish groups and researchers in this field that come off in a certain way. And that does make a lot of experiencers not comfortable coming forward. If we all acted in a more professional, cordial, respectful, objective way, then far more witnesses, in my opinion, would be coming forward. So that's certainly part of it. Another aspect is witnesses, experiencers need to come forward, period, more often. I mean, a good majority don't ever come forward. And I understand the reasons why, but it's holding us back. So it's a double-edged sword. But there's a lot of blame to go around in this situation.
All right, Michael Huntington, experiencers. What's their role now in today's ufology? Does it even exist?
Well, experiencers certainly have a role within ufology. In fact, I think people that are described as experiencers or identify themselves as experiencers make up the bulk of people that attend UFO conferences and consume, the UFO media that's out there. I think we have to take a step back and try to first figure out what an experiencer is, because within the field, and this depends on the conference, it depends on the region, it depends on the research groups or whatever. There's sort of people don't really know what that means. A lot of people are saying that just mere witnesses are experiencers. And it goes from, being a witness, and then it goes to the full gamut of, of course, abductions, classic abductions, long-term abductions, all the way to, and I've met these people as well, people claiming to be starseed reincarnated draconians, I think ufology is really having some trouble trying to figure out how to analyze this, study this in a way that promotes further study in the field. But it's kind of hard to do in a scientific way, because you have to sort of, predispose. You sort of have to embrace the notion that there is extraterrestrial visitation in the first place. And there's plenty of people willing to do that, and I'm open to that as well. I've met people myself that of course I've met the people on the far end, but I've met genuine people that did not want to have the abduction experience, and they're genuine. And ufology has tried to going back to Betty and Barney Hill, this goes back throughout, the lore of the subject, the case studies of the subject. It's part of the study, but we don't know how to deal with it. If you're overly critical, you're viewed as being skeptical. If you're too embracing, you get into the religious sort of belief system aspects. A lot of the UFO organizations have become, pseudo therapy groups, for experiencers, for, people that have gone through traumatic abductions. So, it's hard to say. I think we're dealing with a lot of different things. I think there are some people that have out there, a good chunk of people that have had genuine experiences. And ultimately, as a materialist, I think belief in them is going to have to be substantiated by some sort of physical evidence, an implant or something like that. Otherwise, you can believe in their veracity, but ultimately it's just going to be an anecdote.
Yep.
Are there aliens coming down, or ultra-terrestrials, or demons, or whatever coming down and abducting people? That's quite possible. How do we demonstrate that? I don't know. I think we have to demonstrate it physically, physicality, with some sort of evidence. Do we ignore them? No, because they make up the bulk of the people searching for answers. What they've experienced, that's, I think it's not going to be answered in a lot of cases. Ultimately, it's going to be, people's own belief in their own experience.
Yeah, but can you imagine the mass hysteria from from a news outlet or from the government or from anything like that saying, yes, UFOs are real. They are coming down and they are abducting people. They're taking them to their ship. They're performing procedures on them and doing hybrid programs. And there's nothing we can do to stop them.
Yeah. Yeah, that some people envision that as, being part of the disclosure process, that the government would eventually say that. But does that mean that every single abduction case is real? Some may not be. Some may be, there may be psychological components. There may be environmental components. People have theorized that electromagnetic fields can create, hallucinatory hypnagogic episodes, and there may be some sort of natural thing. It may be a lot of different things. Certainly there is a percentage of people, with some sort of with mental illness, and they're coming to the community because they're not getting the answer from the psychological, medical mainstream, to help them in a way that, that is conducive to them. But also we walk a sort of a precarious tightrope by turning portions of the UFO field into, pseudo psychiatrists and pseudo therapists, because a lot of people are untrained. They're maybe trained in hypnosis, they're not trained in therapy. And then we also do open up, possibilities like the Carpenter affair, where information is sold. People's medical and psychological backgrounds are sold to the government, So
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's where the trust factor goes out the window. Once that happened and Bigelow was buying all the experiencer case files, then yeah, I think that's if I look at the timeline right, that is where you started seeing experiencers slowing down on coming out. Mm-hmm. And you're absolutely right. The true experiencer doesn't want their story told. They want to know that it's going to be held in complete confidence and not sold to the highest bidder or to a movie company or whatever.
I think the answer is for us to be polite. We should be polite to everybody and cordial and professional to everybody, and not be mocking. Let's start with that as a basis, and and then explore these things, but do it in a rational, logical way. Because I can tell you from the experiencers that I've met that I think are genuine, and I mean abductees in this sense, they want real answers too. The real people in this subject. And this goes for ghosts and Bigfoot and other fields as well. Legitimate researchers want real answers. They don't want to be self-deluded. They don't want to live in a fantasy world just as much as we don't want to say that they're living in a fantasy world. We want to know that there's, objective experiences occurring, and we want to try to, be able to figure out how they're occurring and why.
Absolutely. And guys, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. And when we come back, alien DNA. Oh, if you have tinfoil around where you are, you're going to want to put this on. Yes, because we are right there about to speak alien DNA. Demons, aliens, coronavirus. Oh, yeah. It all ties together on the SOR Paranormal Roundtable as we look to take this home. Stay tuned. More Spaced Out Radio coming up. There we go. All right.
If you had demons, you're a winner.
Alien demon DNA. You sure got a pretty mouth.
Oh,
yeah.
Just so you guys know, tinfoil no longer works because unless it's actual tinfoil from before World War II, it's aluminum foil, and that actually brings in radio waves.
Now you're telling me.
We've tested that theory.
Came out in 1947.
I do not like hypnotherapy. I prefer abductees with conscious recall.
I think hypnotherapy opens up a really bad can of worms for a lot of these people.
Absolutely, in multiple ways. Because if you open that door, there's been abductees that committed suicide because they couldn't handle what came out.
I don't know if you know of Derek Tyler. He's written a couple of books. He's a really
he was at our Paracon.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Pretty good friends with him, and we had an experience on an investigation where there was a craft that may be missing time. I don't care. I don't want to know. Right. I'm good. He said, because we were thinking, all three of us were like, if we're going to do this therapy thing, we do it together at the same time. So I asked him, and he says, do you sleep well at night? And I said, yeah. You have any nightmares? No. I said, then don't bother, because you don't want to open that up and freak out.
You don't.
So-
I think.
Yeah.
I think the other problem is the way the hypnotherapist handles the questioning with leading questions versus open-ended.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say within ufology, over the history of it, techniques for hypnotizing people have really come from just a handful of researchers. Dr. Leo Sprinkle started a lot of that stuff, and Harder back in the days.
David Jacobs as well.
Bud Hopkins. Dr. Mack did that, and Barbara Lamb. I think she's probably one of the most influential ones now. And a lot of people now that consider themselves, professional UFO hypnotherapists, and you see them at a lot of these conferences. They have, special events that you can pay for to have that done,
Right.
A lot of them come from, a couple, I was a protege of Bud Hopkins, and he taught me how to do it. And, but aside from Leo Sprinkle, none of them have any psychology background. Dr. Mack did, but, he's gone now, and Sprinkle hasn't done anything for decades, so
but
we're dealing with just a few people, and
right.
They tend to be experiencers themselves, so that, there's probably some bias involved.
That was a big question for us. We had to find somebody we trusted that could do this the right way, and we already had it. I mean, we were about to do it, and we're friends. I was friends with Rosemary Ellen Guiley, and we were going to go with her. And we were going to have it all set up. It was all great. Unfortunately, Rosemary did pass away, so I don't know if that was divine intervention on our parts, because maybe we shouldn't be doing this, but I still don't want to know.
And a lot of those big names, they'll sure charge you $400 to come on your show and talk about it, won't they?
Yeah, pretty much.
Which
Rosemary was
podcast?
free from me.
Which podcast?
The podcast. Yeah.
Which one of mine?
Yeah, because Bryan has like 1,286
Inside the Goblin Universe. Inside the Goblin Universe
going.
with the Cryptid Guru.
Every time you see Bryan post on Facebook, it's a new podcast that he's starting.
Yep. You never gave me an answer. PRS, we're an SG, but you never gave me an answer.
I'm not a fan. I'd take a PRS. I'm not a fan of SG guitars, man.
Well, I'm a PRS guy too, but there's benefits to the SG, so I'm trying to weigh it out. That's the problem.
Are you looking at buying one?
Yes, I'm going to invest in a. My wife will kill me because this will be like 32 different guitars. But I wanted something that's is going to retain value, has a sweet spot. I could use it all the time, the go-to, and I was saving up for my own birthday present for that one. So
why not just go with a Les Paul?
I can get a Les Paul anytime. I always liked PRS, and there's something about it. But the SG has a different bluesy sound that I liked.
Hold on, I'm going. Which one were you looking at for PRS?
We're looking at the 22s.
Hold on, I'm
looking at a couple of used ones right now.
I'm looking at it. What series? The Core Bolt-On S2 series, SE series?
Not buying any.
Not SE. CE.
Oh God, you got Cole looking at guitars now. What the hell?
Yeah,
no,
sorry about that, boy.
You got to quit it. My wife's right here.
So, hey, Bryan, can you talk about cryptids that are not Bigfoot?
Yeah, I research. I'm on the boots on the ground investigator and researcher for everything.
Okay,
so cryptids.
Hold on, guys. We got 5 seconds here. 5 seconds. Hold on.
Yep.
Available now at kajans.com.
I'll be talking to you later, Bryan.
You got it.
Careful, you and Coop will start a podcast. Here we go. Music's on. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I'm your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight. I want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, you can check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Instagram @Spaced Out Radio Show and on Twitter @Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. For the final time tonight, we introduce our panel for the SOR Paranormal Roundtable. We have Rich Giordano from Goof On Radio, Michael Huntington. He is a UFO researcher, paranormal researcher, writer, author. He's one of the best out there. UFO historian William Pullin. Bryan Bowden, who has 996 podcasts out there. Lynn Wallington, our resident witch, and from S4 we have Cole, Kayla, and the bearded wonder, Eric Cooper. Now, we're going to get into a final story here, everyone, because earlier this week, we had just an incredible story. Incredible. So a Houston physician who has praised hydroxychloroquine as a miracle coronavirus cure, okay, well, she's a little spaced out, to steal the name of this show. Okay? Yes. Dr. Stella Emanuel, believes that gynecological problems on sex with evil spirits. She blames the U.S. government for being run by reptilians. Oh, I like her already. All right? And now she's saying that we have alien DNA that can help cure COVID. Where the heck is this lady coming from, Richie G?
She's definitely within my family. No, I'm kidding. No, that's I had to throw one in there. I think she how could that be? How could she actually say that without actually working with it? Or saying that doctors use alien DNA to make medicine?
Oh, pardon me. I misquoted it. She rails against the use of alien DNA to treat sick people. I apologize.
Oh, she rails against it? Okay.
Yes.
Well, then I must have not read this article then, so I shouldn't comment.
Oh, of course you should. You're Richie G.
I know, but I shouldn't. Well, it sounds a little... All right, then give me something to work with.
Okay, so do we have alien DNA? Are we injecting it into people? All right, should women be, careful of their private parts because, there's demons in there wanting to have sex with them?
Why not? People are getting abducted by demons. Isn't that? Didn't we just talk about that as being possible fact?
Yes.
Well, can't dismiss it. I know it sounds weird coming from me. God, I don't know how to think that way. Yeah, of course it's not happening.
You know what?
It's just crazy talk. But why would she do that, though?
I don't know. But
is she one of these?
Go ahead, Kate.
I know I'm confusing.
Just let Kayla speak.
Can I say something real quick, though?
No, it's Kayla's turn.
Is she one of these people? Is she one of these people that believes alien DNA is because you're Rh negative?
Rh negative, yeah.
Well, she hasn't mentioned that.
So she doesn't want
She hasn't mentioned that. Now, this is what she said. Okay, this article reads, further research on Dr. Emanuel's webpage, now accessible only via an archive website, as well as her YouTube account, reveal a long list of bizarre and unscientific beliefs. These include that tormenting spirits routinely have astral sex with women, which in turn causes gynecological problems, marital distress, miscarriages, and more. Then she goes on, because she leads a religious group called Firepower Ministries. She says, there are people ruling this nation that are not even human, describing them as reptilian spirits who are half human, half ET. Coop.
Well, here's my problem. Okay, so, it came up in Four Spoon Paranormal earlier this week because we brought that up. And, someone brought up the point, well, don't we believe the same thing? No, actually, we do and we don't. Some of it I can get on board with, but no, I'm not David Icke. I'm not going to say reptilians run the government. No. But here's my problem. Because someone said, well, that doesn't take away the fact she's a doctor. I'm sorry. My wife's not going to go to a doctor with gynecological problems to a doctor that says it's caused by demons. No, that's not medical practice. That's where I would draw the line.
At the same time, how can we dismiss her beliefs when we are expecting disclosure ourselves on our beliefs?
Here's the problem, though. When those beliefs cross the line of medical practice, which saying demons are the cause of cysts on your ovaries, come on now.
But my beliefs can cross that line. I'll do surgery on someone. I have no problem with that.
Here,
okay.
I'll give you.
Look, guys.
I'm giving Cole a scalpel now.
The reality is, we're laughing at this topic, yet we investigate alien abduction. We investigate hybrid. We were just talking about hybrid children right beforehand. This is exactly what she is talking about as a medical professional. Michael Huntington, your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I mean, just a knee-jerk reaction, and I don't know if it's because, she's right-wing politically or whatever, but yeah, there are plenty of liberal folks out there that believe the same sort of thing, and there's plenty of people within the UFO community that believe that. There's a good chunk of people that do buy into the alien DNA theory, with reptilians and, royal families and all that, and there's even establishment UFO researchers that have taken the beliefs of like Jacques Vallée, who believes that stories of demonic possession or demonic abduction or abduction by fairies or whatever is an archetypal story referencing some sort of interdimensional being, a malevolent creature from another dimension that pops over here and does, strange sexual experiments. That's kind of what we're talking about with abductions, right? So, I don't know. Is it, because one man's demon is another man's alien, I mean,
that's a good point.
Really, even Tom DeLonge has sort of alluded to that there are malevolent creatures from other dimensions, taking Vallée another step, obviously influenced by Hal Puthoff, who worked with Vallée at the Stanford Research Institute back in the 70s, that there are malevolent creatures from other places elsewhere coming here, and that they've influenced our genetics over the millennia, since the beginning of man, I guess, even. And, we just see them as a different way, and that there's even cabals, groups within our own government that are pro-Christian groups that are trying to squash UFO research because they believe it has a demonic origin. I don't know. I think she is sort of has embraced that that far right religious sort of viewpoint, the David Icke sort of stuff. But, we're all kind of guilty of playing into that a little bit, regardless of politics, regardless of your establishment stance or how far out on the fringe you are.
Yeah, I think Joe put it best in the chat room on your YouTube thing.
Yeah.
You can't have fringe beliefs in society and complain that you're persecuted most of the year and then laugh at some lady because of her beliefs. It's just not right.
Yep.
No, exactly. William Pullin, your opinion on this?
Do
you even know where
to go?
A little
embarrassing.
Do you even know where to go with this, Will?
No, I do. And I found it painfully embarrassing that we can discuss things that are obviously non-mundane, that are not everyday occurrences, with a straight face, and accept testimony from people that don't have any physical evidence in the vast majority of cases, which is not to say they're not experiencing events, but we're taking witness testimony, and the vast majority of those people don't have any physical evidence, but we're taking those at face value, which we should in a respectful, cordial, professional manner. Yet this young woman is making claims, again, her own beliefs with no physical evidence, but we find that laughable. It's an interesting quandary why that is. It would be interesting to see if this person was not a doctor and was just another alien experiencer. Would she be laughed at?
That is very true. I mean, how much does her medical career hold weight in this, William?
Yeah, I mean, and then are we holding her accountable for, or is our opinion of her beliefs different because she's a doctor or not? Because if she's just going to put forth her beliefs without any physical evidence, why are we laughing at her? We don't laugh at experiencers. We're laughing at her.
Starseed people either. You know, literally the word seed is
so that needs to be
know,
answered. Yeah.
Well, I think also part of the issue with her is that she's giving out or making statements that can be harmful to people by saying that, you know, such actual physical ailments as endometriosis, fibroids, et cetera, are a result of, you know, having sex with demons or witches in the astral form. It's giving out advice to people that isn't accurate. I mean,
But if people are uninformed enough to accept that advice, is it her fault or theirs?
Both.
Both, yeah. I agree.
Agreed. It's both.
That's the wonderful thing about our two countries. You can choose which doctor to go to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem about the woman's beliefs because it's very, very much based in her religious beliefs. And that's where this is coming from. But if you're going to put these doctors in front of people or in this situation, you know, before you go to a doctor, you have to vet your doctor, right? So if you have a good doctor and you want to go to an orthopedist, you say, do you know a good orthopedist? These people should have vetted this woman doctor prior to, putting her on in a national forum. I'm not discrediting her beliefs. I don't mix my religious beliefs in my business beliefs because I'm not in that zone. But I know plenty of people in multiple different religions that are held by their religious beliefs first before they go into their professional beliefs.
I want to bring up one point, though, and I think Lynn will agree with me to an extent on this one, is as a witch, and her being a witch, when you have a proclaimed doctor come out talking about witches and demons that are coming in their sleep. I have a BA in Homeland Security. I track extremists and I track terrorist groups. That's one thing I do along with the paranormal. There's a lot of them out there. There's a lot of extremist views out there. The minute you have a doctor coming on a national forum at our White House that's talking about witches that are attacking people in their sleep, we all know from mass shooting experiences and from other extremist experiences.
Yeah, come on.
What?
Nothing. Go ahead.
That does bring out extremists that can start targeting witches. That's where I come from. One aspect of this.
Lynn?
Yeah, it's definitely something to consider for sure. So I had only heard kind of a little blurb about this woman, so I was reading it while we were on break, the article about her, and I'm honestly exhausted by the number of things that she's saying that I'm doing. So there were quite a few things she was saying that witches are doing. I was impressed with this, honestly. It's one of the few times in my life that I'm at a loss for words. But yeah, it's certainly for those of us who are witches or in that community, it's certainly something that we need to think about and consider. Absolutely.
It is. And you know, but the idea is, though, that the mainstream society, Lynn, is laughing at this lady. All right. And yet here we are even discussing some of these topics tonight like they are natural and that they are happening. And we all believe it when it's somebody who doesn't wear a white laboratory coat with a stethoscope around their neck. right? So how far off? Take away the political side, okay? Take away the political side of everything and the religious side of everything. On a professional side, we accept it from the experiencer, but she's saying the exact same thing, and now we are chastising.
She's saying the exact same thing, but she's also adding in other things that are, in fact, dangerous. She is an advocate of corporal punishment for children. She's saying that children need to be whipped. She is talking about medical diagnoses that need medical intervention, not, withdrawal from demon sex. I'm not exactly sure what she's advocating to cure these things. But these are things that are dangerous. It's dangerous advice to give to people. These are things that could actually harm people. And that is where the difference is. In my mind, that is where the difference is.
Makes sense.
I mean, what we're talking about here in her case would be blasphemy. See, as a research investigator, you come across people similar to this in multiple ways. And I believe that they believe what they're believing, but I don't necessarily believe it. I think if you're a learned person, you'll understand that certain people have certain beliefs that don't jive with what is really exists, and you're not going to change these people. I do understand what you're saying, Lynn, too. It does cause harm, because then you get a group of people that believe her and everything she's saying, and now it's the witch trials all over again. We don't have to do that. But I don't think you need to really chastise her for her belief system, though.
No, I'm not chastising her for her belief system, but I'm saying.
Yeah, I wasn't saying you were. I'm just saying people in general giving her a hard time. Right. It's walk in her shoes. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I just worry.
Go ahead, Kayla.
Well, wouldn't the whole thing about gynecological problems and everything cause a lot of breakups in marriages and stuff as well, due to the fact that they would think that they were cheating on them with a demon?
That is interesting.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. I haven't had demon sex before.
Well, then you haven't lived.
Oh yes. The best part about it is we're almost done, because we only got about 3 minutes here before we gotta start wrapping things up. I gotta say, Richie, I'm gonna give you the final comment on this one. Final comment. Because I know
Didn't I already comment?
I know, but I'm right back. Yeah, I want you to, tell us what the whole. Are you into the whole demon sex thing, Rich? Come on, just admit it to us.
No, I guess so, because every morning I wake up, I'm exhausted.
That's aliens.
Feet to the fire.
That is aliens.
Sweating. Never mind.
You live in Phoenix. You're always sweating.
No, it's a dry heat. It's from hell, Dave. I live in hell. It was 116 degrees today. Anyway, I don't know. Is it because this woman's a doctor? Is that why it's such a big deal? Because she's going to be caring for people with strange beliefs? Is that what we're talking about?
I guess
so. Yeah, I commented earlier. I don't want the last word. I don't have anything good to say. I didn't read the article that much.
Oh, way to bail on it, Rich. Way to bail on it. Your parachute opened. Your parachute open. Isn't that right? Isn't that true? Michael Huntington, how about you?
Maybe we just need more exorcisms. Or sexorcisms in this case. I don't know.
Did the Vatican pick that up?
Yeah. I don't know. People are going to believe her. Some are going to not believe her. I personally don't lean towards that as a medical diagnosis, but we don't want to slip back into the dark ages, certainly. You know, we want a rational basis in things. If she's got alien DNA, I'd like to see her prove it.
Oh, that would be great. The alien DNA is something that really, really got me going, because it's like, really? Like, did she just, out of all people, give us disclosure? Is that what this is all about? We finally got disclosure from a medical doctor. Hey, I got to start wrapping this thing up here. I want to say thank you to everybody on the Paranormal Roundtable. Eric Cooper, Cole, Kayla from S4, which can be heard on Spreaker. We have Bryan Bowden. He's got about 11,682 podcasts. You know, he's going to do another podcast on alien DNA very soon. We got Rich Giordano from Goof On Radio, UFO historian William Pullin, and one of my favorite guests who's going to be doing a little bit more with SOR in the near future, our resident witch, Lynn Wallington, and of course, somebody I have much respect for in this field as a writer, as an author, as a researcher, is Michael Huntington. We are very lucky to have all of these people on tonight to break down everything weird, strange in the field of ufology and alien DNA. And you know what? It made for a great show. And thank you to our audience for tuning on in. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thaw rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, in your cars, at work, wherever you may be. Thank you to everybody participating in our chat rooms tonight on Spreaker, YouTube, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Facebook, the SOR Space Travelers Club on our website, and of course to all the snarkers and snarkettes at hashtag Spaced Out Radio on Twitter. Hey, Derek, we hit peak woo tonight. Yes. I know you're out there somewhere. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we're watching. We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Remember, everybody, the Woo train may have docked for the night, but soon we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, guess what? We have room for them too. Good night. That's a good show, everybody. Good show. Let's give you guys a round of applause here. Good job. You guys are awesome. You guys were awesome tonight.
All right. Gotta go grease my guns now.
There you go.
It was a good time. It's a good crowd. Good crowd.
Yeah.
I hope that you're actually like being serious about that and
Okay.
like telling us you gotta go grease your gun. Like,
Oh. Izzy, where's Izzy? Where's Izzy?
The sniper rifle.
Sure, that's what you meant.
Yeah, sure you did, Coop. Sure you did. It's all good there. Oh, well. Hey, guys, thank you for a great roundtable tonight. I really appreciate it. And I know our YouTube crowd who is still listening in is appreciative of it as well. And if you guys, if any of you feel like sticking around for a little bit, we do have the open roundtable here going on YouTube. They'd love some more woo. And so if you're still feeling a little awake, you're more than welcome to stay. If you feel it's late for you and you got to get going, that's okay too.
Yeah, sorry, man. I got a birthday party tomorrow.
I gotta go too. I have a court date tomorrow.
Oh, court date.
No, I don't. It's Saturday. I'm joking.
Watching demons.
I have to go.
All right.
You too, Dave. Thanks.
Yeah, two of us.
All right.
All right. Thanks
Everybody, everyone take care.
All right.
Good night,
Bye,
everybody.
Pullin.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Hi,
Michael, good night, man. We'll talk soon.
Good night. Good night.
You guys take care.
Old
Good night.
acquaintance
Be forgot. Okay. Who are we left with? We got Michael and we have Bryan Bowden. And we got the lovely and talented. Oh, Michael's gone. Michael's gone. Let's have a clap for Michael Huntington here. All right.
I still see him.
Yeah. There we go. There we go. Appreciate that, Michael. You were awesome tonight. Thank you for bringing some leverage to this wonky crowd that I had. Oh,
very wonky.
There he goes. Bryan Bowden, be honest. How many podcasts?
Yes, sir.
Be honest. How many fucking podcasts do you have? Have you hit 11,000 yet?
No. We have Inside the Goblin Universe with the cryptid guru Ron Murphy.
Yeah.
And then I do my own, which is Nobo Boomy, Nobody But Me. We had a BPS, which is the Bronxville Paranormal Society, but my partner in crime in that decided to retire from paranormal. So it's just me right now with that and the rest of whatever group when we go on investigations. So it's just 2 right now. Although, you know, you guys killed me. I mean, I may put out a farm report, and maybe I'll do some remote viewing and do some stock picks for people.
Be honest.
In the upcoming months.
Are you going to bring back Les Nessman's hog reports? Be honest.
No, if you want, I'll beat my chest as the WKRP in Cincinnati helicopter.
Oh,
that
be
was
nice.
Great. Yeah, no, you know what? I mean, Ron, when we do the podcast and we do Inside the Goblin Universe, we decided to do something, and I was thinking about it because sometimes you can't do a full show, so you'll come across things that are fun or interesting, unusual. So we call those something weird. We call that Sideshow Safari. So it'll be like Inside the Goblin Universe Sideshow Safari. We have a woman that has weeping statues over in Yonkers, New York. So that'll be like a Sideshow Safari thing. And then we have like Portals of Perception. It's how you see things. And the reason why we do that is part of the stuff through our research is, and I know you talked about it, there is a thread that's going underlying throughout this community, be it ghosts, cryptids, whatever. And we think that there's something there. So it's more how you perceive things and how you can raise your vibration to actually see it better. So
that's where the podcast all day long.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I like the fact that I have 12,872 podcasts, but and I don't get paid for them at all whatsoever. But you can see me. I'm on a new series that's running right now in the States.
Yeah, I heard you're a television star now.
Well, not really a star, but I'm on the Jersey Devil episode of Into the Unknown with Cliff Simon. It was really well done. The company is out of Canada that actually put it together, Sinflix, and they own Property Brothers and what's the other one? American Pickers. They have a couple of good IPs, so they do a good job at it. But it's your atypical. I don't know. I have yet to see the actual episode, but usually in most of these things, they have a concept like we're going to go looking for this, and they don't really bring the evidence. But on this one, they do have some evidence, and it's going to be in a later episode. So, one of which is the Jersey Devil episode.
Very cool.
So it's worth watching.
Well, you better start a podcast on that show now.
I will. I'll get Cliff Simon on. I'll say it's the Ballcast, because he was Ball on Stargate. And I also did some filming with Ron actually in Western PA for Red Earth Uncovered before all this craziness happened. So who knows?
Rock and roll.
It's fun.
Man. Rock and roll.
Yes, it is.
That's all it is.
Yes, that's why one of my good friends, he's the one that taught me what the notes were on the top string of a guitar. I'm a naturally I self-taught. He played for the Outlaws, and he used to be Johnny Winter's guitar tech. So my buddy Dave, I proposed that question on Facebook, Paul Reed Smith or an SG, and he has to put his 2 cents in. But we're going to figure that one out. That's my next mission.
I like PRS.
You can't get out to investigate.
But you can't have.
I love
you can't have a reverse headstock on that though. That's just sacrilege.
Oh yeah, and some people are saying you want the Fender body. I'm like, no, I want the Paul Reed Smith body. I want the CE line. I want something that's gonna age like fine wine and retain value. Everybody has Fenders. Everybody, Dave has like 4 Fenders, and I can play a Paul. I can play a Les Paul anytime I want. But that's the guitar I want right now. I think it's going to be Paul Reed Smith. It depends if what the price range is.
Yeah, no.
I'm
shit.
not loaded.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah,
no shit.
Yeah. I mean that, and I got to get my amps and stuff out from my buddy's house because I've been in a couple of bands. So I played bass as well as guitar, but I can't put them in my apartment.
You've never picked up women before, then? If you played bass?
No, I've I have.
Just not during a gig, right? Just not during a gig.
Not during a gig that I'm aware of. No. I'm married to one, and I've got 2 little ones with me. I'm outnumbered. I'm outgunned and outnumbered.
I hear you. Lynn Hartram, You're awfully quiet. How are you?
I'm good. I'm looking at the chat right now.
Now, Lynn which chat? Are you in YouTube?
The YouTube chat,
Yeah. So, what Lynn Hartram is going to be doing? Should we announce it, Lynn Hartram, or actually Lynn Wallington?
Sure.
You and your lovely co-host. I apologize, I forget her name. Caitlin. She's got beautiful tattoos. They are going to be doing a special once every couple of weeks on our Spaced Out Radio SOR Space Travelers Club on our website. So when you join, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be looking for all of you, and of course my YouTube is buffering again, and I'm getting tired of this. I don't know why the fuck all of a sudden this week my YouTube has decided to buffer all the time. This just started like a week and a half ago.
It's a YouTube.
Is it YouTube that's having issues?
It's YouTube. Yep. Either it's YouTube or you got way too close to something in the UFO community.
Yeah, I know.
And they're coming for you, Dave.
I mean, the buffering is horrible. I know I have an excellent connection. I mean, my modem is right behind me, and I'm hardwired into it. All right. So anyways, that just pisses me off. Anyhow, moving forward here, Lynn Hartram and her good friend, Lynn Wallington. It's a name change. And
it's okay.
Okay. I know, but I got to get it right. Lynn Wellington, Nee Hartram. Okay. Because you got to go the old school way. Nee Hartram and her good friend Caitlin are going to be having a special that will be exclusive to our Space Travelers Club. And we're adding a few to those. I just got to get a couple more. And it's a great night if you want to spend 8-9 minutes, have a glass of wine, and watch these two beautiful ladies break down something paranormal, strange, weird. It's definitely something you're going to want to do. And I'm excited about it because I absolutely am a major fan of Lynn. Major fan. I want her autograph kind of thing. And... Yes. You know what? It's funny. I said to her point blank, I said, Lynn, what do I got to do to get an autograph from you? And it was really weird when she put send nudes. I didn't understand what that meant. I didn't understand what that meant at all. You know?
It means exactly what it means.
Yeah. Well, it's cold up in Canada, Lynn. It's cold.
Don't worry, we'll only show it on the YouTube channel. It's fine.
All right, but you have to be a member of the Space Travelers Club, and we're going to be adding more information like that as well. Lynn and Caitlin, I think, are going to add just an paranormal spirits. If you haven't subscribed to their YouTube channel, I highly suggest you do. I absolutely love these ladies. And probably that's going to be starting in the next couple of weeks. So we're having a Spaced Out Radio meeting on Sunday with the team. and we're going to go over everything like this, so that way everybody is on the same page. And I mean, Lynn, you're going to bring it. I know you are.
We are. We like to think of them as like drunken paranormal bedtime stories. It's great fun for all.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Well, congratulations, Lynn.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And
We've been having fun with it.
Brian Bowden's going to start a podcast about what we do on the Space Travelers Club.
I am.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to start one with Lynn. It's going to be called Spelling Bee. Get it? Spelling Bee. There you go.
I love it.
But I want to congratulate Dave on doing the all-male Spaced Out Radio calendar for the year. That'd be great.
Yeah. No, Philip. The Space Travelers Club is not for posting nudes. All right. There is nothing X-rated out there. All right. The SOR Space Travelers Club on our website, it's $5 a month. And that way, just for people who don't know, there's a bunch of other shows out there, and God bless them for working hard. Okay. And they deliver a fantastic product, and what they do is they ask you point blank, hey, sign up for our club for $7 a month, $8 a month, $10 a month. There's other one that's like $20 to $25 a month. And what we're doing is for $5 a month. And with those other groups, mostly all you get is a fucking newsletter that's useless. Okay. And you get access to the archives. All right. Not with us. Okay. And I've told everybody, look, as long as I'm sitting in this chair, our archives are going to be free. Okay. Now, if I sell out to a different company, okay, not saying that I'm going to, and there we go, buffering again, for fuck's sakes. Oh, this is just, you have no idea how much this is driving me nuts. No idea.
Oh, I understand really, really well.
Oh, like, I don't get it. Anyways, here we come back. I apologize. I don't understand YouTube enough or this OBS system enough. I don't know what it is. Okay, like give you an example. This is saying that we are not using the proper kbps's, whatever the hell that means, the bit rate. Okay, of 2500. We have it set for 2500, and yet it's saying we're not using that stream, which we are. So I don't understand it enough to get it. Anyways, back to the topic before this drives me crazy here. And of course I screwed that up. Let's just undo this. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Space Travelers Club, pardon me. What we're doing there is we are basically creating a club and a network where you're not paying for archives, because I think that's BS. Because you know what? I remember when I was in college and driving home, and I'd be listening to a certain nighttime show who has a couple of mentors of mine that used to be on that program. Okay, one still is. And there were times when I missed a guest that I really wanted to hear, and I'm a college kid. I couldn't afford the $10 a month, while I'm eating ramen noodles. And, it just kind of bugged me. And that always stayed in the back of my head, about the archives. And I've had a lot of people, why aren't you charging for the archives? Okay. Why don't you charge for the archives? And I just have refused right through this point, because I know that out there is a student just like I was, or there's a single parent or a senior or just someone downtrodden who wants to listen to some entertainment, and they may not have the money to listen. That's why the archives are free. And so that's why that's why what we're doing here with the Space Travelers Club is we're creating different content for you. So when you join, we have a forum there that you can participate in. That if you have UFO photos, or you got a list of things that Ron has deleted in the nightly YouTube What is Ron Deleted drinking game, or if you have anything that you want to post, you can do that. And we encourage it because we want to keep the SOR community going. And, it's also a great way to be a part of the show. It's a great way to get your experiences out. Eventually, over the next little bit, with attractions like Lynn, and we're going to bring more in. I'm going to be doing private shows just for mentors in there. And now it's not going to mess with the shows we're doing today, but I am going to be bringing in private streams and private shows for people who are members of the club. Okay. So for that $5 a month, you get access to the forum. Now, I'm going to be blunt because I'm an honest guy. Okay. Our Space Travelers Club has started off very slow because people are like, well, I haven't seen a post since this date. I haven't seen a post since that date. That is kind of what we are meeting about on the weekend. And we have to improve it, because if we're going to provide a service, we have to be able to provide something that is proper, something that is active, someplace where you as the audience can go at any time of the day or night and maybe have people in there. The chat room is always open. It is always active, and we have the ability to do things in there that we need to do. And so that's where getting this exclusive content is going to come in. And yeah, that's kind of how it goes. And it's with Lynn and Caitlin.
Wow, it starts with it?
I'm going to volunteer Ron Murphy to do a question and answer period once a month via video.
Oh, that would be, yeah. A guru would do that.
Ask the guru. Come on.
Yeah.
He's not listening right now, but I just volunteered him.
Well, he's got a new, but you know what? He's got a new girlfriend now. So, I mean, he, we don't know his availability now. He's in Louvre again.
Yes.
He's in Louvre again.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm prepared to do weddings again as well. But I told him, I said, don't talk wedding, just enjoy yourself.
Exactly.
And, yeah, but I think this is great. I mean, like what I love about the Travelers Club is that it's kind of like what is everybody using to raise their money these days?
Patreon.
It's like Patreon without the BS. You get in there, you're getting to interact with other people. You can share ideas and concepts and photos, and then you get Lynn and Caitlin there doing their thing. I mean, this is great. I like it. Great idea.
Yeah. So, like I said, we're going to be doing private shows. I'm going to be bringing people in there. I mean, like, if you guys have any ideas out there on what you as an audience member would want in a club format like that, let me know. Okay, because that's kind of like, hey, if I'm paying for something, I want to get something that I want. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what it is, right?
Yeah, and if anybody has any urban legends or ghost stories or anything they want us to cover, we'd be happy to do that too. We're always looking for good ideas for videos.
Oh yeah, yeah. You ladies, you hit the nail on the head there.
Well, I'm going to say
it's
good
just
night.
A lot of drinking.
It's been a pleasure, everybody. Lynn, great to meet you.
You
Thanks
too.
to everybody in the chat, and you, Dave. Thank you for having me back on. But
Always.
It's like 3:30 in the morning.
Always.
Yeah, I'm going to have to turn into it's 3. Yeah, it's after 3 here too.
All right,
Yeah.
You guys take care. Lynn, you'll hear from me next week.
You
okay?
got it. Bye.
All right, Bryan.
Sounds
take
good.
care.
Have a good night, everyone.
All right, my beautiful friend. You take care. Okay.
All right, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, there we go. tell us how the whole COVID-19 has affected me. It hasn't. I'm, hey, thanks, Derek. It has not affected me one bit. Actually, you know what? It has. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist thinking that there isn't a virus or anything like that, because I know there is, okay? And I know there's a lot of danger. But what bugs me is the paranoia of people. That just grates my ass, something fierce. Something absolutely fierce. Just grates me to the way people are panicking. And, you know, ever since the whole toilet paper debacle, okay, I've been pissed off about this whole thing. So I just, you know, one of the things that has bugged me, like, give you an example. I went we have one shoe store in my town, one, and they're really expensive. I went and bought a pair of flip-flops, and this lady who was trying to serve me, you know, and help me out, she was so bloody paranoid that if I took half a step forward, she would literally jump, like flinch back, jump 3 steps, like a spooked animal that you startle. And I finally went up to a friend of mine who worked in that store, and I said to her, I need some service. I'm not dealing with this lady. I said, because the paranoia absolutely was setting my anxiety off. You know? So it was an absolute pain in the ass that I didn't like. Derek, thank you. Yeah, I do plan on keeping the archives for free as long as I own Spaced Out Radio, and no, I'm not planning on selling, but as long as I own Spaced Out Radio, I'll never charge for archives. It's not fair. And I think it's a cheap way to dig into a listener's wallet. So that's just me. I know others will disagree because there's very few products that you can actually market, okay, and try and build off your own business. But, you know, I hated it. Like I said, when I was in college, I hated it when I needed to, I wanted to listen to somebody talk about UFOs or the hounds from hell or whatever the topic may be. And I missed it on my ride home or on my drive home. And I couldn't afford the archives, for someone else to or for me to listen to, and I would miss the show. So that always sucked for me. Yeah. Flip-flops, you know, shoes. Yeah. So that's kind of where I kind of draw the line on things. And, it's also a good way to, help what we do on the show, because, we spend we spend a lot of time on this show. And, it's difficult sometimes. It really is. And so it's, we have to do a better job as a show, and this falls on me, on making the SOR experience better and better than what... better than what everybody else is doing. And, that's one thing when it comes to the Space Travelers Club. When it comes to the Space Travelers Club, I don't think we have done you, the audience, as good a service as I thought we would have at this time. Oh, son of a gun. Okay, where did I go? All right, give me 2 seconds here. Remove those. Put these in here. And that should be those. That should be those. And convert that. Yeah, so I don't think we have done ourselves any favors and you, the listeners, any favors as of yet as to why it would be beneficial to you guys to join the Space Travelers Club. And part of that is my fault because I absolutely cringe when it comes to anything computer. I cringe because I'm not good with it, and it's very, very difficult for me to work it when you have zero computer experience and zero ability to even think of how to build a website or build a section or whatever. I'm a person who could use it. Okay. Like I can use the technology here in the studio, how it actually works. Like if I were to tear down this studio and rebuild it, I couldn't do that. It's like the whole buffering thing with the whole YouTube here. Like I know how to put us on the YouTube, but I don't know how to fix this buffering or why this buffering is happening. And I don't know if that's on my end or if it's YouTube's end. I don't know how to check it. So I'm not good technically like that. And it frustrates me. Okay. 1 second here. So, anyways, that is part of the issue. And Corey, thank you for the photo. That pretty much looks like what's been happening at my house recently. So that's kind of what that was kind of what we're trying to accomplish here with everything. And it's hard. It's really hard, especially like I said, if you don't know what the hell you're doing, like I don't know what the hell I'm doing, it is very difficult and it's not fun. And it makes me feel about that big now, and I don't have that computer genius who could whip through the website. And obviously we don't have the budget for it. I've even tried like going on like GoDaddy or whatever, trying to build my own basic website. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out whatsoever. It's way above my pay scale. Way above my pay scale. So, that makes life a little bit difficult for what we are doing. And everything is set up in there. I won't go TikTok. I actually don't, I'm not trying to be political or anything like that, but I actually would never go on TikTok because of it being owned by China. I would never do that. Nothing against the Chinese. Let's not make it racial. Okay, but let's face it, it's a communist country that owns that site. and they like to dig into things. So I don't know if it's very conducive to what we do for our type of programming. Yeah, Renee, I will never take a computer class in college. I already work a 9 to 10 hour day during the day. I get 90 minutes off in between getting home from work. So I'll give you an example. Today was different because I left work at 5. Yesterday, I got out of work at 6. By the time I get home, it's 6:15. By the time I eat dinner, it's 6:45 to 7 o'clock. And I have exactly 30 minutes with my son, okay, before I have to come into the studio and work that night for the show. Okay. And that is, I'm not trying to, I understand your concern, Renee, and I appreciate that. So I'm not trying to be a dink when I say that. Okay. But there's a real reality. I don't have time. I don't have time whatsoever. And, I don't have time, and Corey knows, and Corey can type it in here point blank, because Corey and I have had some, and even Spookles the cat and I have had some deep conversations about my schedule. And, if it wasn't for Corey and Spookles the cat, what the fuck was that? Seriously, what the fuck was that? I have a picture frame because I put a screen up and something just hit that picture frame, and my picture frame, because the window's open, and the picture frame just started shaking back and forth. I am freaked right now. I don't even want to get up. I'm scared. No, it's not a Carl thing. That's an animal thing. I wonder what that is. So we don't have like raccoons. I don't know. Definitely not that moth. What the hell would have done that? Maybe do we have rats around here? It's not a skunk because it would be smelling. Hey, you guys heard that? You heard that? Yeah, that scared the shit out of me. That area is too small for a cat. So it wouldn't have been like a cougar or anything, because oh, so weird. Maybe it was a gnome. Maybe it was a gnome. That would be friggin' cool. Definitely not alien. No, it wasn't a bat. So, anyways, getting back to what I was saying, in regards to the whole scheduling and everything, it's very difficult. Yeah, all right. It's very difficult. So, with my timeline and everything to try and get things done, and I'm still tripped out over that. Something would have rubbed up against that, because something moved, because it sounded like something rubbed up against the screen, which is what would have happened, because the screen would have tipped to kind of bump the picture frame that I have my daughter up there. Oh, God, that's freaky. I may have to go check that out. That was kind of weird. Anyways, back to everything. So that's what we're having a meeting for. Is we're trying to figure out what to do for the Space Travelers Club and everything along those lines, because we need to make sure that whatever we produce in there is of good content for all of you. And you know, believe it or not, that $5 a month really does help. Because I can tell you point blank, I have no problem telling you this. You know, all the internet and everything, I pay out of my own pocket. All of this computer stuff around me, that was all paid for by my investor. So everything that helps. I'm not going to be like other shows where, damn it, if you don't start paying and bucking up, man, we're going to pull the lights on this shit. No, we're not going to do that. But I'm just telling you the reality. So, I mean, the Space Travelers Club is important. It really is important, you know, getting those t-shirts and supporting the show. I can tell you right now, I make $4 a t-shirt. So when you guys buy a Spaced Out Radio t-shirt, my business partner and I make a whopping $4. Yeah. So, yes, I live in a rural area. Sweet tea always, never unsweetened. That shit tastes horrible. Horrible, I tell you. Yeah. So, you know, yeah. So I'm going to make a bathroom break here. I'll be right back, everyone. I'm going to go check that shit outside too. And I got to make sure my screen isn't moving. So I'll be right back. If I disappear, it's aliens. What the hell would it be? Okay. Look for a second. Okay. This is the picture that moved. This is the screen. You can see there is barely any room there for anything to get in. Okay. Barely any room. And this screen, it was something rubbed against it. Okay. And not this picture, to where this picture was rocking back and forth. All right. That's what happened. That's what scared the shit out of me. Hold on. Let's just go like this. I fucked with the camera again, and you guys are going to be like, oh, God, Dave, you screwed with the camera again. Stepping on cords now all over the place. I hate stepping on cords. Now I got to make sure that everything is A-okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Pretty good. Okay, I'll be right back. I still don't know what the hell that was. And I'm still a little freaked out by it. Not gonna lie. That was so friggin' weird. So friggin' weird. Oh. So weird. I don't understand it at all. That really tripped me out. Really tripped me out. I don't have any pooping unicorns. I wish the chat room had allowed GIFs, because you could get the pooping unicorn on there. Oh, wow. Hey, David in Vietnam, how are you, buddy? I don't know what the fuck that was. Because if there was anything there, I could have seen it. I should have seen it. I would have seen it. I'm like still tripping out over that. Surprise me, Michael Leger. Surprise me. Isn't my daughters, because they're both out of town. Oh. I'm still tripping out. I don't get it. Nixa, what happened was I have a window. Okay, so if this is the window closed, it kind of opens. It's not a window that slides open. It's a window that kind of, you got to unlock it and it opens this way. And something slid against the screen, and and the window is open maybe 6 inches. And all of a sudden I have this picture frame up there that started rocking back and forth like something hit it. But the corner of which the picture frame is in is the area where the window is closed the most. Just something was there, and I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a house. I know there's a couple of house cats that wander around. I don't know if it was a fox. I don't know if it was a rat. I don't know if it was it wasn't a skunk because there's no smell. I really do not know what was there. I really don't. But there was definitely 100% something there, because we heard it and it came across the microphone. Was it something paranormal? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm tripped out right now. I'm a little freaked out. Why should I call my daughter? And which daughter are you talking about? I don't know. I don't know. It's eerie. It's friggin' eerie. It's totally eerie. Oh man. No, it wasn't a bear. It wasn't a bear. Weird. I don't know. Oh, weird. Just really weird. Oh well. What do we need? Corrents? A pick for Corrents? They all had to go. They all had to go. What does flashes behind your eyelids when you're falling asleep mean? I don't know. No, I didn't see anything out of the corner of my eye. I just heard the screen get rubbed against, and then when I looked up there, because I heard something rattling, I looked up and the picture frame was moving like back and forth, whether or not it was going to tip over, and then it got its balance and stopped. It's weird. Could have been a ghost alien chupacabra. You're right, Justin. Could be. Right now, my time is 12:56 a.m. It's kind of weird. It's totally kind of weird. I don't get it. I don't get it. Any questions? Any questions from all of you? Thank you, Michael Leger. I appreciate that. Absolutely, Nixa. Hotspot for Bigfoot, aliens, and ghosts. That's what I love about living where I live. Excuse me. When you shave your buttocks, does it itch when the hairs grow back? Oh, you jerk. I've never shaved my ass. I've never waxed. No, not my thing. I'll leave that to you. Who's on the next show? I really don't know. I'll find out. Corn's the booking guy knows. Type it in there, Corey. Who's on Monday? Because I really don't know. Hey, Scott Taylor. I really don't know. I have like 4 months to do on my calendar now. It was 3. It was 2. Usually I try and erase them a month ahead. But this weekend I will be working on the scheduling with Corins because I know August is all booked up. Hard to believe we're putting up August, September, October, and November. Why did Bigfoot grab you, put you in a headlock, and make you smell his armpit? Because he wanted to get you, brother. He wanted to get you. How many gnomes are in your pocket right now? None. Can we get more color options for the merch? I'm at the behest of TeePublic, Moonstone. I apologize. You can pick any color you want there. My ET and UFO stuff you need to know. What do I think about the moon? The big rock. It's a big, big white rock. Mm-hmm. Who do we have on Monday? Oh, yeah, this guy. Bashar. I didn't even realize we had him coming on. There's a good catch there, Corrance, the booking guy. I had no idea. No idea. We're going to have to go over the schedule tomorrow night, by the way. We may have to do that if I'm not too tired. I know Friday is our Keith Andrews. Tuesday would be Geraldine Orozco. Which software studio do you use? Oh God. What software? I use Spreaker to broadcast this out into the podcasting. We use Mix, we use Radio DJ. Yeah. Mix is terrible. I hate Mix. Hey, DM, don't shave down there. Use Nair, but do not get it on your berries. Oh no, you never use Nair on your berries. Never. That's an old hockey trick. What's my day job? Exactly. I don't talk about, there's a few things I don't talk about. I don't talk about my day job. I don't talk about my family much. I have to have some privacy. Excuse me. If you have guests, send them over to Corrance, the booking guy. All right, everyone. I'm going to be heading to bed here. And I've got a long day ahead of me. I'm donating a bunch of firewood to an elderly couple in my town, so I got to load that up in the morning. And then my parents are arriving from out of town, and so I'm going to be busy. Corinne, so I'll hook up with you tomorrow night, so that way we can go over the schedule, because I have to do the website stuff. But yeah, we'll all hang out soon. We'll all do it. And it's just the way it is. We'll have some fun. Yes, I do, Jenny. That's our former weekend host. Good guy. Very good guy. And so we'll talk to you